Hey there, friends. I have something special just for you. Imagine driving down a lonely road, surrounded by thick fog, when suddenly you spot a dark figure looming in your path. Scary, right? Well, stick around because you won't want to miss the chilling tale ahead. If you're listening to this story, I'd love to know where you are. Drop a comment and let me know. Also, if you're curious about an amazing dietary supplement that could take your wellness to the next level, just click the link in the description below to learn more. Now, grab a cozy blanket, settle in, and let's dive into the fog together. And now let's start the story. As I drove through the thick blanket of fog that night, the world outside my window felt like a dream. The soft glow of the headlights barely pierced through the mist, and I couldn't help but feel a tiny shiver run down my spine. My partner sat next to me, eyes fixed on the road ahead, equally unsettled by the eerie silence surrounding us. It was supposed to be a simple drive home after a long day, but now it felt like we were heading straight into a ghost story. Just ahead, something caught my eye. A dark shape stood in the middle of the road, solid and unmoving. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of it. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. My partner nodded, and for a moment, I thought about stopping to see what it was. But instinct kicked in, and I pressed the gas pedal a little harder. As we drove past, the figure remained still, watching us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. And then it happened. In the rearview mirror, I spotted it again. This time it was moving. The figure had taken a step toward us, then another. My heart pounded as my mind raced. "It's following us," I yelled as I sped up. The fog seemed to thicken around us, swallowing the car in a chilly embrace. The world outside felt shifting and wrong, and every sound grew amplified in the silence. Our breaths, the engine's roar, the thud of my racing heart. I glanced back again, and there it was, still gaining ground as if it were gliding effortlessly on the road. Panic surged through me, and I glanced at my partner, whose face was pale with fear. "What do we do?" they whispered, glancing back nervously. "Just keep driving," I replied, though I knew we couldn't keep this up forever. With every turn, the figure mirrored our path. It was always just behind us, flickering like a shadow, impossible to shake. I turned the music up, hoping the loud sounds would drown out our fear, but all I could hear was the relentless rhythm of the engine and my heart pounding louder than ever. The trees lining the road loomed high and dark, their shapes twisted like monsters reaching out toward us. As we drove faster, I felt the sense of dread creeping in. Out of nowhere, the fog intensified, wrapping around the car like a suffocating blanket. The air felt thick and heavy, almost as if the unseen figure were drawing closer, engulfing us in a world we couldn't escape. I squinted through the windshield, desperately searching for a way out, a sign that would lead us to safety. "This isn't real," I muttered to myself, trying to convince my racing heart that I was just seeing things. But then I glanced back again, and the figure seemed to change. It stood taller, its form darker, and I felt an icy chill seep into my bones. "It's not just some crazy sight," I said in disbelief as we sped down a narrow path where the trees started to close in on us. Suddenly, the headlights caught a glimpse of something on the side of the road, a reflection, a glimmer. My stomach twisted as I realized it was a pair of eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness. "Did you see that?" I gasped, my voice barely above a whisper. My partner nodded, fear written all over their face. "We need to get out of here." With a surge of adrenaline, I swerved the car, trying to shake off the feeling of being trapped. But just as I did, the figure lunged forward, and I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding as I fought to keep control. The tires screeched against the gravel, and I could feel the car slipping. Then everything went still. The fog closed in tighter, and a profound silence enveloped us. In that terrible stillness, the only sound was our breath, heavy and fast. We exchanged terrified glances, and I could feel my heart drop into my stomach. The world felt suspended, as though time had stopped. I held my breath, listening, and then I heard it, a low, dragging sound like something being pulled across the pavement. "What is that?" my partner whispered, their eyes wide. "I don't know," I replied, fingers gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. It felt like the world around us held its breath, an uneasy pause charged with dread. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the figure again, now much closer, even though we hadn't moved. Its presence advanced like an uninvited storm, an unsettled force that seemed to blend into the fog, but its eyes were still visible, glistening hungrily in the night. Gritting my teeth, I hit the gas again. The tires churned against the ground as we fled, but even at full speed, I could feel it inching closer, an ever-present predator lurking in the shadows. The road twisted ahead, and every curve felt like a new, unpredictable nightmare. My instincts screamed for an escape, but with each turn, I was reminded of our deepening isolation. Then, out of nowhere, the car's headlights flickered, and I quickly realized the battery was dying. "No, no, no!" I shouted, fear spilling over as we plummeted into darkness. The unease in the car shifted as though something heavy was settling over us, like we weren't alone anymore. I could feel the darkness pressing in, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket, and despair knotted in my stomach. Suddenly, the figure was right beside us, visible just beyond the window. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. I could make out twisted features, a face that seemed to be shifting, a mixture of anger and anguish. The eyes that had once glimmered with emptiness now bore into me, filling me with dread. My stomach turned, and I desperately looked ahead, refusing to acknowledge the presence at my side. "No matter how fast I drive, it won't leave us," I whispered, suddenly feeling so hopeless. My voice wavered, an echo of the rising panic in my heart. Every instinct told me to keep my foot pressing on the gas, but part of me felt weighed down by the realization that we might be trapped in this night forever. The car began to sputter, the headlights flickered again, and for a moment, everything went dark. In that instant of black, I could hear it breathing, a sound like raspy whispers blended with low growls. My heart raced as I fought to regain control, but the dashboard lights flashed ominously, and I felt the engine labor beneath us. My eyes darted around the interior of the car, searching for something, anything, that would fight off the despair creeping into my mind. The fog swirled in patterns that looked almost like hands grasping for us. I felt my throat tighten, reminding me that staying silent wouldn't help. "Stay calm, we can get through this," I told my partner, though I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince. Just as the engine sputtered one last time, the headlights flickered back to life, illuminating the road ahead. With a sense of relief, I pressed the gas down again, desperate to move. But nothing changed. The figure remained just beside us, as though taunting our every effort. I glanced over, and it was even clearer now. Its face was etched with a morbid grin, almost gleeful in its pursuit. Fear surged through me, begging me to stop, to give up, but I couldn't. "I won't let it win," I shouted, clawing for control over the rising panic. The car rolled forward, and for a moment I felt like we were free. And then there was a sudden block in the road. Another figure emerged from the mist, a shadow that intersected our path. My breath caught in my throat as I swerved, barely missing the unknown shape that had come out of nowhere. "Why are there more?" my partner gasped as I regained my focus. Their panic mirrored mine, both of us trapped in a nightmare we couldn't escape from. The fog swirled dangerously, closing in around us like a web spun by something much darker. As we raced on, I could see more forms emerging from the fog, each one taking shape, becoming clearer, their movements synchronized, as if they were part of some dangerous dance. The original figure was at the head of the pack, leading the charge into our night. My heart felt like it was being squeezed tighter and tighter as I drove deeper into panic. A thought flickered in my mind. Should I stop? Should we face whatever this was? But deep down, I knew the answer. I couldn't let them reach us. Not now. A sense of urgency pushed me, and I pressed on, letting the speed become my comfort, my distraction. The figures moved eerily fluid, their eyes locked onto ours with an unnerving focus. I could feel their stare burning into me, a connection that felt both terrifying and inexplicable. Every brush against the fog felt like a touch from the beyond, as though they were trying to pull us into their nightmarish realm. The road ahead began to dip sharply, and I felt a surge of dread. I knew we were heading towards something unknown, a darkness that swallowed everything in its path. The fog grew thicker still, and the air crackled with an unnerving energy, seeming to pulse with the figure's movements. "We have to turn back," my partner shouted, panic edging their voice. "No, we can't," I replied, voice steady but desperate. "We can't let it win." But deep down, I felt something shift within me, a flicker of doubt creeping through my resolve. I hit the brakes hard as the road twisted downward. The car skidded, tires struggling for grip. The headlights flickered once more and then went dim. In that moment of blindness, everything felt overwhelming. I could barely breathe, the shadows drawing close, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. And then it happened. The sound of something heavy thudding against the side of the car jolted me back to reality. What was that? I nearly cried, my heart racing faster than ever. The figures had closed in, and now I felt their breath against the windows, cold and suffocating. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, determined not to give in. In a last desperate attempt, I pressed down hard on the accelerator, willing the engine to roar back to life. The figures outside seemed to pulse, their forms flickering in and out of view like glitches in a nightmarish dream. But as the car shot forward, something monumental loomed ahead, brighter light cutting through the fog like a beacon. "There!" I shouted, hope flaring within me. But as we barreled toward what I thought was safety, I felt a shudder run through the vehicle, and we began to spin wildly. In a whirlwind of motion, everything around us distorted, twisting into shadows. The laughter of those figures echoed in my ears, triumph over our desperation. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white, heart pounding as the ghostly laughter became a cacophony around us. In that moment, I felt the reality of flight and fight merge, blurring the line of who we were meant to be as fear writhed its icy fingers deep in our thoughts. All I wanted was to escape this nightmare, escape their whispers, escape their haunting gaze. But as the world spun faster, as the fog wrapped around the car like a suffocating veil, I realized something must break. The tension in the air coiled tighter, and I took one last look in the rearview mirror. The figures were closer than ever, their eyes promising doom, their forms shifting with an unsettling urgency. In that final glance, I knew the truth. They weren't just following us. They were part of me now, part of this night, trying to pull me into their fog-enshrouded world. I had to focus. My heart raced as I fought the panic threatening to overwhelm me. With the car still spinning out of control, my senses heightened. I could hear faint whispers floating around us, chilling and indistinct, like forgotten secrets shared between the figures. I strained to pick up on the words, but they slipped through my fingers like smoke. My mind screamed for clarity, while my body felt frozen in terror. The moment the car finally stopped, I felt a violent jolt, leaving me breathless. I glanced around, trying to orient myself, heart pounding loud enough that it drowned out the eerie silence surrounding us. The fog engulfed the car like a relentless tide, swirling around with an almost sentient quality. The inside of the car felt suffocating, and the shadows twisted just outside our windows, watching with eyes that gleamed like polished stones. "What now?" My partner's voice broke through the heavy silence, shaky and filled with dread. I realized we couldn't stay stuck here. The weight of their fear pressed down on us, clinging to our skin like the fog outside. "We have to move," I whispered, barely able to sound assertive. I didn't even know where to go. Peering through the windshield, I caught a glimpse of a small light flickering weakly in the distance. Hope surged within me, but it was quickly overshadowed by a quickening dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a trap, something sinister luring us just as the figures seemed to beckon us closer. But the choice seemed clear. I had to try. I turned the ignition, praying for it to roar back to life, and to my relief, the engine sputtered and hummed softly again. "Let's get out of here," I said firmly, glancing at the growing darkness outside. As I shifted into gear, I took a deep breath, and we edged forward slowly. Each movement felt excruciatingly slow, the figures outside shifting and swirling, seeming to react with every sound we made. With renewed determination, I quickly navigated back to the road, my hands clenched tightly around the wheel. But the unsettling feeling of being watched grew stronger. My eyes flickered to the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment, I was sure I saw a face in the fog, a mouth twisted in a hideous grin, teeth sharp and glinting. I blinked, and it was gone, swallowed again by the mist. I shook my head, trying to dispel the image, focusing instead on the road ahead. As we drove closer to the light, the chill in the car deepened, making it hard to catch my breath. Shadows flitted along the edges of my vision, moving with an unnatural speed, almost as if they were playing tricks on my mind. I tightened my grip on the wheel. "Can you see that light?" I asked my partner, hoping it was a sign of hope. They nodded, eyes wide with both fear and a flickering spark of hope. But then the light went out, engulfed by a sudden vortex of darkness that churned intensely. I slammed my foot on the brake, and the car skidded to a stop. "What just happened?" My voice broke as uncertainty rushed back in. The eerie silence returned, and with it, a creeping dread that curled around my gut like a vine. Then, one by one, the figures began to emerge again, this time from the trees lining the road. They swept toward us, faces twisted and grotesque, forms that shifted and morphed, their eyes gleaming dangerously in the night. I was entranced and terrified all at once, struggling to tear my gaze away. Each face was different, yet somehow felt familiar, as if I'd seen them in dreams gone awry. "We need to go now," I shouted, adrenaline surging as I hit the gas. The tires screeched against the pavement, lurching the car forward desperately. The gas pedal felt like a lifeline, and I pushed harder, lusting for speed as the figures started to trail alongside us, their movements eerily synchronized. Suddenly, one figure darted ahead, standing in the middle of the road. It was as if it dared me to slow down, to confront the nightmare. I pressed down harder, my heart thumping loud enough to drown out my thoughts. All of a sudden, the headlights caught a glimpse of something white shimmering in the fog. In horror, I realized it wasn't just mist. The figure was reaching for us, its elongated arms stretching, fingers clawing at the air, desperate to grasp whatever it could. A scream bubbled up in my throat, but the sound was lost in the cacophony of the night. As I tried to weave around the figure, it flung itself onto the hood of the car. I felt the thud reverberate through my bones, and my hands instinctively jerked the wheel in surprise. The figure's face was now mere inches from mine, eyeless, mouth open wide, a yawning void consuming everything in its sight. Raw panic coursed through me. I rammed the wheel to the side, and I felt the tires slip dangerously as I fought to control the car. The blackness was closing in, and I pressed down on the accelerator with every ounce of strength I had. The engine roared defiantly, and I surged forward, throwing the figure off. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The figure tumbled to the ground but quickly rose again, almost unharmed, and began to pursue us once more. As we careened down the road, it felt like the very ground itself had come alive with dread. The trees seemed to stretch menacingly, their branches curling like claws toward the car. The fog thickened, almost suffocating, wrapping us in a chilling embrace as we sped further away from the figures. But no distance seemed enough. The relentless force trailing behind us was becoming a palpable weight, merging with the darkness around us. I could hear whisperings again, rising and falling like a wailing chorus, urging me to stop, to turn back. But turning back was not an option. We had to escape. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to push harder against the fear that threatened to swallow us whole. Then another shape appeared in front, a ghostly silhouette rising from the fog and blocking our path. It was another figure from the forest, its movements slow and deliberate. I felt my heart plummet as I realized they were closing in. I slammed my foot down harder, leaning forward, praying we could break free from their grasp. So many of them surrounded us now, They moved with a fluidity that felt both surreal and terrifying. They were reaching out with skeletal hands, brushing against the car's metal body like fingernails along glass. I felt sick, a wave of dread washing over me as I realized how hopeless this felt. "Faster!" my partner shouted, shaking me from my stupor. Their eyes were wide in terror, and I felt the urgency of their words cut through the suffocating fog. I obeyed, gripping the wheel tighter, and we shot forward into the darkness, prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. The horizon ahead seemed to shift as we burst through the fog and collided into another world entirely. Ahead lay an abyss, a gaping mouth of darkness that seemed to stretch clean across the horizon. I slammed the brakes, the car screeching against the gravel, and we stared into the void, unable to comprehend what loomed before us. Our headlights illuminated shadows that danced erratically on the edges, casting grotesque shapes that flickered dangerously. It felt like stepping into a nightmare, painted upon the canvas of reality. The air thickened, tasting of decay and whispering hints of something ancient and dreadful. The figure surged behind us, and I knew then we had no choice. This was the moment to leap into the unknown or be consumed by what hunted us. With one last deep breath, I took a leap of faith. I threw the car into gear, revving the engine with determination, and drove straight into the abyss. The moment we entered that dark realm, the world behind us vanished, swallowed whole by shadows. My heart hammered painfully in my chest as we plunged deeper into the darkness, the car rattling as the fog enveloped us completely. For a brief moment, it felt eerily calm, with nothing but the sound of our breaths filling the silence. But then all at once, the atmosphere shifted. I felt the car falter, and the headlights flickered, casting anxious shadows across the walls of fog. It was as if we had crossed a threshold, moving deeper into a dimension where the rules of reality no longer applied. I hurriedly glanced around, but there was nothing but thick darkness around us, and a growing sense of unease that coiled deep in my stomach. Without any warning, ghostly faces appeared in front of us, momentarily revealing expressions of pure despair and anger. My heart sank in fear, and in unison, they began to reach out, as though amplifying my terror 1,000-fold. I pressed the accelerator harder as the shadows began pulling back, revealing a path that seemed to twist impossibly. Though my heart felt ready to burst, I couldn't let fear rule me yet. I had to maneuver through this unseen labyrinth. The ghosts seemed to dance around us, flickering closer with every turn I took, their movements creating a symphony of whispers that echoed knowingly in my ear. They were closing in again, and I felt an overwhelming pull to succumb, to join their ranks like a moth drawn to a flame. Each twist and turn I made felt deliberate, and with every moment I could almost feel their darkness seeping into the car. Time lurched uneasily, and I knew without a doubt that if they caught me, everything would be lost. The grip of the night was relentless, and all hope felt like a distant memory. Just then, a figure darted across our path, jagged and quick. Instinctually, I swerved, heart racing as I fought to regain control. The headlights swept past the ghost, but then revealed the forest again. But this wasn't just any forest. It was twisted, its trees crooked and jagged, resembling skeletal hands reaching skyward. Shadows surged around us, and I could see them closer now, their faces horrified and yearning, mouths open wide, as though they were warning me about something lurking beyond sight. And then I saw it, a monstrous form hulking at the edge of the trees, waiting, watching us with an eerie stillness. My breath caught in a primal fear as I instantly recognized the enormity of what lay just beyond the reach of the car's lights. It shifted, a massive silhouette silhouetted against the shadows, limbs twisted unnaturally as it began to crawl forward, breaking through the layers of blackness. I was frozen by the sight, the reality of it looming like a nightmare made flesh. The headlights did nothing to illuminate its true form, only hinting at the horror it contained. With a clawed hand, it reached towards us, fingers stretching long and thin, seeming to grasp for something it once lost. "We have to go," my partner shouted, shaking me from my paralysis. Their voice was frantic, and I realized my thoughts were slipping away, almost as if the creature was latched onto them, draining my will as it swept through the darkness. I slammed the gear into drive and floored it, tearing down the path, hearing the gravel crunch beneath the tires as we fled. But the ever-looming dread sank deep into my belly. I couldn't shake the growing sensation that whatever nightmare awaited us was no longer just behind. It was within, lying in wait for the moment we lost hope. It was as if the woods themselves twisted and turned around us. Each tree felt alive, watching us, their branches reaching for the car like claws. Shadows curled back, swirling like smoke, wrapping around our minds, pulling at the edges of our sanity. I hit the gas harder, desperate to outrun the cacophony thrumming in my head. The whispers, the screaming, the sound that told me this was only the beginning of something horrific. The road warped and morphed as if playing tricks on our thoughts, leading us into deeper obscurity. My heart pounded, echoing each frantic breath as I fought against the chaos unfolding outside. I glanced back, and that shape was still hunting us, melding with the fog, looking eerily determined. Every instinct urged me to stop, to surrender to whatever had marked us as prey. Yet now, I felt something rising inside me, a flicker of defiance, determination not to yield. I wouldn't let them trap me in this nightmare. I had to find a way out. Then, without any warning, the darkness peeled back around us, revealing a broken road ahead. A path choked with weeds and surrounded by twisted vines, creeping shadows threatening to pull us away. I wasn't sure which path was safer, this grime-stained road or that suffocating fog. But I pressed forward, not allowing fear to pull me away. Overhead, the trees seemed to whisper with malicious intent, their gnarled branches casting long shadows that danced unsettlingly across the clearing. I could feel their presence swirling around me like an oppressive fog, beckoning me to turn away from the path my instincts begged me to follow. The trees loomed higher and higher, their twisted branches giving the illusion of reaching, as if trying to grasp at the very essence of my fear. I glanced at my partner, their wide eyes mirroring my own terror. "We have to stay focused," I whispered, though my voice trembled. Every instinct told me to turn back, let the shadows take over rather than dive deeper into this madness. But my feet felt heavy on the gas pedal as I pressed forward, fighting against the pull to surrender. As the car jolted over the uneven ground, I could hear faint rustling in the thickets beside us, soft whispers, as if the forest itself was sharing secrets too dangerous to know. I strained to listen, hoping to catch a word, a phrase that could explain why everything felt so wrong, why the air crackled with a sense of impending doom. But all I heard was the subliminal song of despair wrapping around me, tightening like a noose. With every turn, the trees seemed to close in tighter, creating a tunnel of shadows that felt alive, pulsating with a malevolent energy. The light from our headlights flickered and dimmed, casting long, grotesque shadows that danced on the road ahead. Sometimes I thought I saw something move, a flicker darting just beyond the beams, each shape too quick to identify. My mind raced, searching for logic in the chaos surrounding us. Then, an ear-piercing shriek shattered the silence, a sound that wrung my heart with fear and echoed through the trees. My pulse quickened as I jerked my head toward the sound. It was a terrifying wail, a blend of despair and anger that rattled deep within me. I could feel my skin crawl, my body urging me to flee. The forest whispered encouragement to turn around, yet I kept my foot firmly on the pedal, pushing onward despite the growing dread in the pit of my stomach. Suddenly, the car hit a bump, and I felt it swerve uncontrollably. I fought to steady it, heart racing as the shadows seemed to swell around us. My hands gripped the wheel tight, and I couldn't bear to look back. I felt like something was hot on our trail, something relentless and vengeful, ready to snatch us from reality. "Keep going. Don't stop," my partner shouted, jerking me from my fear-driven thoughts. Their urgency pierced through the haze, and I nodded, a rush of determination flooding through me. I knew we couldn't stop. I felt the thrum of something dark and waiting behind us, and the only way to break free was to speed ahead. The road twisted sharply, leading into a clearing surrounded by towering shadows. Just beyond, I glimpsed a dilapidated cabin, bursting with decay and covered in twisted vines. It looked eerie against the backdrop of swirling fog, but it stood out as a possible refuge. Something deep inside me urged to turn back, but as shadows flitted at the edges of my vision, I knew the shelter was our only hope. "Get ready," I murmured, voice strained as I maneuvered the car toward the cabin, feeling the weight of the figures closing in behind us. The headlights illuminated the structure, casting harsh light on cracked boards and shattered windows that looked like hollow eyes staring back at us. I parked with a screech, engine rumbling before I turned it off, the silence enveloping us like a shroud. Leaving the safety of the car felt like stepping off a cliff. As we climbed out, the air thickened around us, the whispers intensifying, coaxing us closer to the darkness nestled within that forsaken cabin. "This isn't safe," my partner said, dread lacing their voice as they glanced uneasily at the forest swallowing the edges of the clearing. I knew they were right, but staying out in the open felt even worse. I needed shelter from whatever hunted us. We hurried toward the cabin, adrenaline coursing through my veins, each step making the ground tremble beneath us like it was alive. As we pushed open the creaking door, it swung wide, and the darkness inside gaped, inviting us in with a chilling, almost seductive whisper. A shiver ran down my spine as I entered, instantly swallowing us in a stifling haze that felt like stepping through a barrier between worlds. The inside was as much a nightmare as the outside. A knot of shadows clung to every corner, and the walls seemed to lean inward, suffocating. Faded pictures hung crookedly, faces etched in a silent scream, their eyes following me, pleading for freedom. Dust motes swirled in the beam of light from our flashlights, glinting momentarily before sinking back into the void. I could hear the creeping of something just outside, brushing against the walls, almost sounding like fingers skittering across splintered wood. My partner shivered beside me, their breaths coming quicker, panic flaring in their eyes. "What if they find us?" they whispered, the fear wrapping around us tighter than the shadows that flanked the room. I didn't have time to respond. A loud thud resonated from the doorway, as if something even larger had approached. My heart plummeted. Just outside, the fog pulsed violently, shadows swirling and shifting in a grotesque dance. In that moment, I realized we were not safe here. Not for long. They were coming, and whatever lurked beyond wanted in. We scrambled deeper into the cabin, searching for anything that could serve as a barricade. My mind raced through the possibilities, but every surface felt too frail, too broken, to hold back the tide of despair that danced just outside. The whispers crescendoed into a wailing chorus, echoing off the rotting walls, pushing against my sanity. Then a figure materialized just outside the cracked window. It was twisted and contorted, a patchwork of shadows that blended to form an outline. A memory stirred, a vague recognition that sent chills racing down my spine. It came closer, its elongated limbs melding into the very fabric of the fog, and I could feel its malice flowing toward me like a dark river. I faced my partner, desperation coding my words. "We have to find a way out. We can't stay here." Their nod was shaky, eyes flickering between fear and resolve as they turned to search for an exit. From somewhere deep in the roof, a low growl reverberated, rattling the very walls and causing dust to rain down like tiny sighs of forgotten souls. Fear gripped me as I scanned the corners of the room and caught sight of something glimmering amidst the decay, a rusted mace hanging from a rotting beam, a relic of survival left behind. Useless, but in this moment oddly comforting. "Look!" I pointed to the weapon, and my partner rushed over, fingers trembling as they gripped it tight. The sound of thudding grew louder, rippling through the cabin like a drum, and with every beat, I felt the ominous energy build just outside. Suddenly, our flashlights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. The whispering intensified, wrapping around us like fabric, suffocating me with the weight of dread. My breath hitched. We were utterly blind now, and it felt like the shadows had come alive, clawing at my resolve. Keep moving. My partner's voice was a fragile thread in the crushing silence, and I felt them reach for my hand, gripping tightly. We moved through the dark, navigating our way toward the back of the cabin where an old, worn door stood just beyond the reach of the oppressive silence. With each step closer, I could feel the snarls just outside, thick fog swirling ominously, wrapping around the building like a predator stalking its prey. A chorus of voices melded with the growls, each one overlapping and twisting into a desperate plea. It was a cacophony of anguish that dug into my mind, threatening to pull me under. "I think it's opening," my partner hissed beside me, and I turned just in time to see the door begin to creak uneasily, as if something else waited patiently for us on the other side. I panicked, wishing for a means of escape. Before I could act, the door flew open, revealing not an escape, but a gaping maw of darkness. In that instant, a rush of wind blasted through, carrying an acrid smell that made me gag. Figures lurked just beyond the threshold, their shapes distorted by the creeping fog. They moved closer, becoming clearer, the penetrating gazes of countless anguished faces pressing against my thoughts. My stomach twisted with dread, and instinct commanded me to flee. Another growl shook the cabin, echoing ominously as the floor beneath my feet trembled. I turned toward my partner, but their eyes were wide with understanding, a dawning realization that slipped through the thin veil of fear. "There's no way out," they whispered, voice almost lost to the wind. I wanted to argue, to push against the enveloping despair, but deep down, I could feel it, the truth that settled like lead in my heart. We were trapped, surrounded by the very nightmares we had tried to escape. And that's when it happened. The fog coiled into the cabin itself, spilling shadows that crawled and twisted around us like serpents. With every passing moment, I could see the figures solidifying, their features becoming terrifyingly distinct, mixings of horror I had never imagined, each one frozen in a horrific grimace. "Stay close," I shouted, but my voice felt small against the rising symphony of haunting sounds. Despair crawled through my chest as I realized escape was no longer an option. We were caught in their web, and whatever awaited us in that shadowy reality would hold us captive forever. In that moment, as I stared into the abyss, I clenched my fists and steeled myself. I understood. I could fight this. With the rusted mace gripped tightly in my hand, I turned to face the encroaching darkness. No matter how deep the shadows pressed, I wouldn't let them win. Each breath felt heavy, but I stood there resolute, defying the very essence of fear itself, and prepared for the battle that would decide our fate in this nightmare of twisted reality. With every ounce of courage, I stepped forward as arms reached out, and whispers begged me to relent. "This ends now," I shouted, voice echoing through the cabin amidst the growing turmoil. The figures paused, freezing as if my words held power, and for a brief moment, silence swept over us like a shroud. I could feel the air change, tension electric, as if the darkness itself awaited my next move. Then, without thinking, I charged forward, the rusted mace raised high. The moment I swung it through the air, time seemed to slow. The shadows recoiled, wailing as they began to dissipate, unraveling like a spool of thread. But behind me, something massive surged forth, the growl crescendoing into a roar, breaking the veil of silence. The ground trembled, and the room filled with an otherworldly howl that rattled my bones. And there it was, a blur of teeth and claws lunging from the doorway. The creature revived in its wickedness. It saw me, eyes glimmering with malice, and I braced for impact. Whatever was happening had gone beyond my comprehension, crossing over into the realm of nightmares I couldn't grasp. But inside, something was brewing. I could feel the fire of helplessness roaring back, illuminating the shadows, threatening to consume us once again. With that primal instinct awakening, I ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the jagged teeth that snapped at the air above my head. But the moment wasn't over. The creature sensed my movement, twisting around and striking again, an enormous maw hell-bent on devouring everything that stood in its way. I swung the mace wildly, connecting with something. Flesh? Bone? It roared, a sound that sliced through the air, reverberating violently around the cabin. I stumbled back, vision blurring, but there was no time to falter. I had to keep fighting, keep pressing against the malevolence that surrounded us, fighting not just for survival, but for our very souls. With each swing, the shadows flared and flickered, forming a gateway back to the stronghold of the darkness I had thought to escape. But as the creature lunged toward me again, a thought entered my mind, powerful and undeniable. I could stop it. This wasn't just a mere confrontation. It was a culmination of every fear, every doubt I had ever faced. I had come too far to give in, so I gripped the mace tighter and faced the creature head-on, the embodiment of the nightmare we had run from. And with one last surge of courage, I charged once more into the abyss, prepared to fight for our freedom and our lives. The cabin resonated with the struggle between light and dark, swirling shadows threatening to engulf me. It was now or never. And just like that, everything changed. The moment I charged toward the creature, a thin veil of power surged through me. I didn't know where it came from, but it felt like a fire igniting beneath my skin. As I swung the mace, the heavy weight of it felt right in my hand, solid and grounding, filling me with a desperate resolve. The creature loomed before me, its massive form twisting and contorting, shadows making it appear even larger than it was. The jaw of teeth glistened, dripping with an inky darkness that dripped onto the floor like blood. The smell overwhelmed me, a mix of rot and something metallic, sickening my stomach but fueling my adrenaline even more. I took a deep breath and swung with all my might. The mace connected with a sickening crunch, sending a jolt through my arm. The creature let out a deafening howl, reverberating off the walls and crashing through my mind like glass breaking. The shadows surrounding it flickered, revealing glimpses of other horrors lurking just beyond the edges of reality. Eyes peered through the darkness, hungry and filled with malice, watching eagerly for the chance to join the fray. But I couldn't let fear consume me. I pressed forward, adrenaline coursing like wildfire. I took another swing, this time aiming for its head, and the creature almost seemed to flinch, retracting slightly. In that moment, time stretched and the room blurred. Each heartbeat felt amplified, an echo of my resolve against the ancient evil that loomed before me. It was almost as if the very fabric of reality wrapped around us, pulling tighter with every ounce of my energy, drawing us closer to a critical moment. Suddenly, the lights flickered on and off, casting eerie shadows across the room. I glanced around, the flash illuminating forgotten furniture and shattered glass, revealing echoes of lives once lived within those walls. Past memories intermingled with the present, their sadness palpable as they sought to invade my thoughts. The creature roared again, a sound that made my blood run cold, reverberating deep within the marrow of my bones. Each twist and turn reminded me how intertwined we all are, my fear feeding its hunger, the shadows drinking in my dread, and still, with every fiber of my being, I fought against that morbid pull. I would not become another victim. The air grew thick as fog seeped into the room, creeping in from the broken windows, swirling like a living entity around my legs, pulling at me, begging me to surrender. I felt the shadows wisp against my skin, whispering nightmares and doubts, reminding me of every terrible thing that had brought me to this moment. But there was something else too, something bright within myself. With every ounce of will, I swung again, striking at the creature, hearing its howl of fury and pain. And then the sudden quiet surged through the cabin. For a moment, everything stood still. I felt eyes burning into me from every dark corner, watching my every move as if they could sense the crumbling barrier between fear and courage. The silence wrapped around me, thick and heavy, suffocating. Without warning, the creature lunged again, its powerful legs propelling it forward with unnatural speed. I barely had time to react when its clawed hand swiped at me, narrowly missing my shoulder. The force of it sent me tumbling back, the hard floor biting into my skin. My breath quickened, and panic clawed at my mind like 1,000 fingers digging for exit. Until I remembered, I was not alone. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering as I searched for my partner, standing near the door, gripping the rusted mace tightly. Their eyes reflected the same determination, and it grounded me even more. Together, we could fight this thing. Now! I shouted, and we charged side by side, the weapons raised like shields against whatever darkness awaited us. The monstrous form of the creature danced closer, shadows undulating around it like long fingers reaching for us. But we were ready. Our strikes landed in a wild rhythm. I felt my heart sink with every motion, muscles screaming, but fear had transformed into relentless determination. As the mace swung again, the shadowy tendrils recoiled like spooked animals, hissing and thrashing against the force of our will. Suddenly, the beast opened its mouth wide, a dark vortex ready to devour. From within, a guttural growl filled the room, reverberating against the stony walls, shaking the very foundation of the cabin. But in the depths of my mind, I thought of all we had endured, my resolve unyielding. "Keep going," I yelled, adrenaline surging. With each blow we landed, the gears of the nightmare began to shift. Maybe we could turn the tide, even just for a moment in this unsettling dance. The shadows around the creature began to distort, thinning as if the very essence of it was weakening. But then, in a horrific turn, the growl deepened, becoming a series of chilling screams that resonated through every crevice of the cabin. Ghostly figures erupted from the walls, long-forgotten souls clenching their fists and pleading silently for release. Each face twisted in anguish as they clawed at the air, desperate to escape whatever torment had trapped them here. My heart ached for them, but the creature in front of us was not finished yet. It surged toward us again, eyes gleaming with fury, its shadowy form gigantic against the flickering light. "Don't falter," my partner shouted as we fought back, swinging desperately, each clash drawing upon our last reserves of strength. The creature lurched, gnarled fingers swiping at us again. I ducked under its strike, adrenaline spiking hard in my chest. I barely managed to strike back, landing a blow against its side. But suddenly, it lunged for my partner, those sharp teeth aimed right for them. I felt the world slow down, pure terror gripping my lungs. Everything inside me erupted, and with a surge of energy, I hurled myself forward, shoving my partner aside just in time. The creature's teeth grazed my arm, a searing pain shooting through me as I stumbled back, but I didn't have time to focus on the agony. I could feel the darkness start to claw at my thoughts, wrapping around my mind, trying to pull me into its depths. I stumbled to my feet, feeling the weight of the shadows pressing down on me, whispering all the things I had ever feared, all the doubts and insecurities that had taunted me through my life. My heart raced as I struggled against the tide, pushing away the thoughts that threatened to suffocate me. Determined not to let it take hold, I raised the mace once more, focusing on the brightness flickering deep within. That fire of resolve ignited, burning against the shadows, reminding me who I was, reminding me why I was fighting. Together, I shouted hoarsely, rallying my partner back to me. With one more fierce swing of the mace, I felt a strange surge of energy as the shadows began unraveling, revealing the shape of the creature bound within them. No longer unyielding, it trembled, a desperate fear leaking through its malice. And all at once, the eyes of the long-lost souls echoed in an ultimatum, begging for freedom. They swirled around us, weaving their way through the shadows, their voices rising in a haunting chorus, amplifying with every passing moment until they erupted into a cacophony of sound. "Release us! Free us!" they cried, their pleas mingling with the depth of the unseen horrors around us. And with that, the air shifted yet again. Something strange began to happen. The walls of the cabin seemed to pulse, bending in accordance to the rising power, the darkness wavering like a fragile thread under the weight of our collective resolve. I felt my partner by my side, both of us channeling our fears into that one unyielding blow. With every scream, every ounce of our shared strength, we fought back against the monster and the shadows that sought to consume us. With a final, desperate swing, I connected again with the creature, the sound echoing through the cabin as it stumbled back. The air crackled, shadows spiraling around its form, unable to bear the force of our will. "I won't let you take us!" I screamed, my voice rising above the chaotic din. The creature writhed, its form flickering like a broken projector, and for the first time, I felt the tide shifting in our favor. The shadows recoiled, and, without warning, the creature howled in anguish as it began to disintegrate, screaming as it faded into the mist, its power splintering into wisps of darkness that evaporated into nothing. And just like that, the air felt lighter, the pressure lifting slightly, allowing us room to breathe again. But I knew we weren't safe yet. The whispers still lurked at the edges of my mind, and the chilling realization struck me that while we had defeated this horror, many others remained. "Is it over?" my partner asked breathlessly, eyes searching mine for reassurance. But deep down, I felt that familiar knot of unease tightening in my gut as I glanced around the cabin once more. The air crackled with a lingering energy, and I could see the faint outlines of the other lost souls swaying gently around us, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. "I don't think so," I replied, dread creeping back in as I scanned the shadows once again. The cabin was still steeped in darkness, and the forest pressed in around us, alive with knowing whispers. There was something waiting out there, something more harrowing than I could fathom. The truth gripped at my insides, and I realized whatever was behind those shadows, whatever haunted this place, was still watching. I tightened my grip on the mace, contagious bravery surging in my chest. "Let's find a way out," I urged, heart pounding as I took my partner's hand. We pushed through the door, leaving the flickering shadows behind us. But as we stepped into the clearing, dread washed over me anew. The fog clawed at the edges of the trees around us, the path ahead obscured and sinister. We stood on the precipice, the chilling air swirling around us, shadows dancing just outside the light. Whatever awaited us in that murky uncertainty was a vast unknown, an abyss beckoning invitingly. Taking a deep breath, I faced the encroaching darkness once more. I held tight to my partner's hand, the fire inside me roaring to life again. We would confront whatever nightmares awaited, together. No longer just prey, but hunters in the heart of this chilling saga. And as we stepped forward, the shadows seemed to shift around us, whispering dark promises and warnings. The woods closed in like a living entity, enveloping us once again in a sinister embrace. But onward we pressed, resolute in our fight against the darkness that would not let go. Whatever lay ahead, we would face it side by side. As we stepped deeper into the forest, the darkness shifted around us like a living thing, filling the air with an unsettling chill. The tall trees loomed over us, their gnarled branches twisting like skeletal fingers reaching out to drag us into the shadows. I could feel the path beneath my feet become uneven and treacherous, the earth damp and treacherous. The silence pressed in like a heavy weight, broken only by the distant sound of branches cracking. Each snap echoed through the gloom, sending my heart racing in response. I turned to look at my partner, their face pale, eyes darting around as if they sensed something that eluded me. "What was that?" they whispered, and I instinctively turned toward the sound. The air felt thick with a presence, something hidden just beyond the reach of our flickering flashlight. I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming at me to run, to escape whatever threat lurked in the suffocating dark. "I'm not sure," I replied, forcing my voice to steady. But we need to keep moving. As we ventured farther, the trees began to close in tighter, their trunks bending away from us like they knew something malevolent was near. I could hear the rustle of leaves all around, but there was something wrong about it, like whispers barely out of earshot. I strained to make sense of the sounds, but everything felt jumbled, a jigsaw puzzle with pieces missing. Then, from ahead, a flash of movement caught my eye. Something darted between the trees. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. It was quick, too quick for my mind to process what I'd just seen. Was it an animal? Or something more sinister, waiting to pounce? "Did you see that?" I whispered urgently, glancing at my partner, who nodded slowly, eyes wide. Before they could answer, the rustle grew louder, the sound echoing around us like a taunt. I could almost make out the distinct rhythm of footsteps. Something was following us. The feeling of being hunted sank deep into my bones, filling me with dread. "Let's stick together," I urged, and my partner squeezed my hand tighter, drawing comfort from my presence. But as we continued onward, the path twisted and turned unexpectedly, disorienting me. The previously familiar cabin seemed a world away, swallowed by the creeping shadows. The forest became a maze, each wrong move drawing us deeper into its cold embrace. Then the air shifted again, hot breath brushing against the back of my neck. I whipped around, breath hitching in my throat, but there was only the breath of the forest, its stillness an eerie reminder of the terror surrounding us. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up, the sensation of eyes watching us from every corner, cold and calculating. Suddenly, from behind a dense thicket, a low growl reverberated, chilling me to the core. I could practically see the lips curled back, sharp teeth gleaming in the fleeting light as something large and shadowy emerged. I stepped back instinctively, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, drowning out the ominous sound of the creature lurking before us. "What is that?" my partner gasped, wide-eyed as fear painted their features. "I don't know," I replied, "but we need to find shelter. Now!" We turned and dashed away, hearts racing as the growl morphed into a chilling laughter that echoed through the treetops. It seemed to mock our desperation, a sinister reminder that we were not alone, that we had become prey in this twisted game. The trees closed in around us, branches reaching out like claws, snagging at our clothes, trying to pull us back into the shadows. I stumbled, losing my footing, but quickly pulled myself up and ran harder, adrenaline surging through my body. Then the laughter shifted to a series of unnerving whispers, fragments of words lost in translation. "Turn back, turn back." The voices came from everywhere and nowhere, wrapping around me like cold tendrils, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I turned to my partner, panic weaving its way through my thoughts. "Keep going," I shouted, forcing myself to focus. The supportive squeeze of their hand reminded me that we were in this together. We broke into a small clearing, gasping for air as we took a moment to catch our breath. The moonlight bathed the area in a ghostly glow, illuminating what appeared to be an ancient stone altar in the center, covered in moss and grime. I felt drawn to it, a strange compulsion bubbling beneath the surface in the pit of my stomach. "Do you feel it?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. My partner nodded, eyes on the altar, where a twisted figure seemed to move just beyond the edge of the shadows. It was a mesmerizing sight, like a fleeting vision caught between reality and dreams, every detail weaving into something too surreal to grasp fully. Then, as if sensing our fear, the figure lunged forward, revealing itself to be a grotesque creature with contorted limbs and a distorted face. A scream clawed its way up my throat, but I couldn't move, trapped by the sight before me. "Run!" my partner shouted, and that broke the paralysis. We sprinted from the clearing, but I felt a presence tearing at my heels. The shadows swirling faster and faster around us, mingling with the unsettling whispers that followed. "Come on!" I urged, my voice rising over the chaos, desperation clawing my insides. We ran, navigating through the trees, But the path seemed to continuously shift beneath us, the forest refusing to let us escape. Suddenly, the ground dropped away, and I found myself tumbling down a slope, my heart racing as I struggled to regain control. I rolled to a stop at the bottom, painfully catching my breath. But before I could get to my feet, the shadows converged, trailing in after me like dark silk streaming from an unseen hand. Panic surged within me as I struggled to stand, but every direction felt wrong. The shadows swirling closer, their cold fingers gripping my arms and legs. I fought back against their hold, wrenching my body free just in time to see my partner retreating behind a nearby tree. "Help!" I screamed, the fear bursting free from my chest as I lunged forward. They reached for me, their hand just within grasp. I felt the cold of the shadows creeping up my legs, ready to swallow me whole. I finally managed to latch onto their wrist, the contact grounding me for a moment. But as I pulled myself forward, the shadows hissed, a sound that rattled my core, and I could feel a heaviness settle in my chest, the darkness laced with promises of despair. "Let go," they yelled, their voice barely cutting through the fog of fear that clouded my mind. "No!" I shouted back, the panic spilling over as I fought to dig my heels into the ground, my grip refusing to falter. But the thing within the shadows was relentless. It surged toward me, limbs stretching and twisting, its eyes burning bright with hungry chaos. "Hold on," my partner yelled again, struggling to pull me free, and that tiny glimmer of hope reverberated between us. But with every effort, I could feel the shadows clawing at my skin, ripping apart the very fabric of reality around me. "Stay with me," I cried, feeling the distance between us stretch painfully as hope and horror intertwined, the shadows never relenting. The forest echoed back at me, a chorus chanting my fears, the whispers gaining volume until they merged into a single haunting phrase, rhythmically syncing with my panicked heartbeat. "Join us, join us." I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to focus, prepared to fight with every ounce of strength I had left. The shadows hissed, their forms writhing and squirming. I felt the darkness trying to seep into my thoughts, threatening to drown me if I let it. "No!" I yelled defiantly, an odd sense of clarity washing over me. "I won't be a victim." The portal of darkness pulsed, and at that moment, courage surged through me. I released my partner's hand, gripping the mace tightly, and turned to face the encroaching darkness. Shadows curled and twisted, threatening to reclaim me, but I held my ground. "You might try to take me, but I won't submit," I shouted, channeling every ounce of anger and frustration into my voice. With one powerful swing of the mace, I struck at the darkness, the ancient weapon glowing brightly against the shadows, illuminating the forest as if sunlight had broken through the night. The shadows shrieked, a terrifying howl that echoed through the trees, reverberating around us and making the ground tremble beneath my feet. I felt the grip of the darkness slip for a moment as the shadows shrunk back from the light, fear coursing through their twisted forms. "Now!" I called to my partner, who instantly rushed toward me, their eyes shining with newfound hope. We stood together, defiant against the gnawing terror, ready to fight back against whatever nightmare awaited us. The night sky flickered with ethereal energy, the forest holding its breath as the shadows lunged forward yet again, desperate, more monstrous than ever. But we were not without our own strength, no longer mere prey. I swung again, feeling the bolt of power surge through me. The shadows howled, retreating into the depths of the forest, twisting and rippling like smoke. For a fleeting moment, time hung suspended. The night glowed around us, a brief but brilliant moment of relief, as if the very essence of light had pushed back the darkness just enough for us to catch our breath. But I could feel it pulsing, lurking just beyond reach, rebuilding its strength. I turned my gauntlet toward the shadows, each heartbeat syncopating with the rhythm of the night. "We have to go." My partner nodded, determination gleaming in their eyes as we raced deeper into the woods, the path leading us along an eerie trail lit only by the pale glow of the moon. Each step brought us further from safety, yet the fervor of defiance ignited a fire within. I wouldn't let it end here, not like this. A flicker of hope whispered softly within me, pushing me forward, even as the shadows curled around the trees, taunting us, whispering their grim promises of despair. But I took a deep breath and ran on, ready for whatever horrors awaited just around the corner. As we sprinted through the forest, the moonlight felt like a fragile candle flickering against an encroaching storm. Every rustle of leaves and snapping of twigs made my heart race faster, the forest alive with unseen threats. My mind couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if 1,000 eyes lurked just beyond the trees, tracking our every move. Suddenly, an icy wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a spine-chilling whisper. "Turn back," it taunted, echoing in my ears like a cruel jest. I glanced back, a wave of dread washing over me. The shadows twisted around us, morphing into ghostly figures with hollow eyes that seemed to reach for us, grasping at the edges of my sanity. "Did you hear that?" my partner breathed, their voice barely above a whisper, filled with trepidation. A shiver coursed through me as I nodded slowly, knowing we were not alone. "Keep running," I urged, breaking into a sprint once more. The underbrush crackled beneath our feet, the thorny branches clawing at my arms like desperate hands, trying to pull me back into the dark. I could almost hear them murmuring, begging for release, their airy voices twisting and blending with the wind, a symphony of suffering that filled the night. The path became increasingly narrow, winding deeper into the trees. Each step felt like it was pulling us further away from hope, the darkness thickening around us like an oppressive fog. Just as I thought we'd made it past the worst of it, another growl erupted from the shadows, deep and resonant, echoing in my bones. Panic surged within me. What was that? My voice broke, the fear cracking my composure. The laughter surged once more, louder now, as if mocking our futile escape from whatever horror pursued us. Then I saw it, lurking among the trees, something twisted and grotesque with pale, sunken skin, its limbs contorting unnaturally in the shadows. It seemed to blend into the darkness, a creature born of nightmares, a manifestation of everything I once feared. My stomach churned as I swallowed the rising bile, struggling to maintain my footing as dread clawed at my insides. "Keep moving, don't look back," I yelled, pushing my partner forward, feeling the contagious grip of terror clawing at us. I could see them glancing back, their face blanched as they tried to shake free of the fear holding us, pulling us down like an anchor tied to our legs. We broke into another clearing, only to find the ground uneven, covered in twisted roots and jagged rocks. It was a precarious barrier, but still offered a semblance of safety. I could hear the rustling grow louder, the creature drawing closer, knowing we were cornering ourselves. Then I felt a presence behind me, a cold breath against my neck, chilling me to the core. I whipped around, heart in my throat, only to be faced with the twisted face of the creature inches from mine. Its eyes glinted like shards of glass, hunger radiating from its being. "Run!" I screamed, adrenaline surging as I turned and bolted again, my legs moving on instinct alone. My partner followed closely, both of us driven by sheer terror. The laughter shrieked around us, a malevolent chorus that echoed through the trees, and the shadows converged hungrily. We stumbled into another thicket, and just as I thought I would crash into a tree, the ground gave way beneath us. We tumbled down a steep slope, landing with a hard thud at the bottom, dazed and disoriented. I shook my head trying to regain focus, but when I looked up, the world felt different. The shadows shifted, coalescing into a palpable mass, coiling around us, weaving in and out of our vision like a sentient being. The pungent smell of rot filled the air, and I could hear faint whispers rising again, distorted and chaotic, growing louder, swirling around us. "Why do you run?" the voices hissed, a dozen spectral echoes mixing into one. "Join us?" Shivers raced down my spine as I sat up, feeling entrapped in a web of night. Fear flooded my thoughts, filling every crevice with impending doom. I shifted uneasily, my heart thudding like a war drum. "We'll never join you," I shouted defiantly, though I wasn't sure I believed my own words. "Such a shame," the voice floated back, regret laced with malice, and I felt the shadows tighten around me, as if sensing my wavering resolve. Scrambling to my feet, I looked around desperately for my partner, who was still dazed, struggling to find their bearings. "We have to go," I urged, panic rising as the shadows seemed to pulse and breathe, ready to swallow us whole. Finally making sense of the disorienting maze around me, I grabbed my partner's hand and dragged them down another path, a desperate flight through the dense fog. Each step felt heavy, every breath a struggle as the creature hunted us from the dark, its growl echoing ever closer. With every second that passed, it felt like the forest was closing in, the trees leaning toward us, their bark almost seeming to peel away like skin. I felt something brush against me, a whisper of cold that sent ice shooting through my veins. The shadows followed, relentless in their pursuit, growing more eager, their whispers morphing into desperate pleas. "Let us in, let us in," they chanted, each word dripping with longing and despair. It clawed at my mind, trying to reach for my soul. I shook my head, forcing the darkness back. "We won't listen. We won't join you." Finally, I stumbled upon a massive ancient tree, its trunk wider than a car, branches higher than I could see. The sight of it gave me a moment of clarity. It felt like a sanctuary, an ancient guardian standing firm against the encroaching darkness. I pulled my partner toward it, urging them to weave around the gnarled roots, desperate for a moment's reprieve. "Over here!" I shouted, barely aware of the shadows closing in behind us, their grasping fingers reaching for our legs. The trunk felt warm against my back as we pressed against it, breathing heavily, trying to remain unnoticed as the darkness slithered past, like fog creeping through an open window. "Are we safe?" My partner's voice wavered, tinged with fear. I swallowed hard. "For now, maybe, but it won't hold them for long." The shadows writhed in the darkness, a mass of swirling shapes, and I could hear the whispers growing more frantic, their words now harsh and guttural. "You cannot hide. You have entered our domain. Your fear feeds us." As if in response, the ground trembled beneath us. I felt the temperature drop sharply, an unnatural chill wrapping around me like a shroud. I steeled myself against the impending doom, searching my mind for a plan, something I could use to fight back. Then a memory flickered, a seed of courage buried deep within me. "We have to confront it," I said, determination surging through my veins. "We can't let it control us." "What do you mean?" my partner asked, eyes wide with uncertainty. "Fear thrives in the shadows," I replied, my resolve hardening. "We need to face it head on, not let it consume us." The whispers grew more agitated. "Face us? You cannot face your deepest fears. Watch us," I declared, voice rising above the cacophony, gripping my partner's hand tightly. We stepped away from the tree, standing firm against the darkness that encroached, blocking out the whispers echoing in our minds. As the shadows surged forward, I took a deep breath, allowing the warmth of my spirit to rise within me, shining brightly against the cold nightmare before us. "We're not afraid," I shouted, the words spilling out like fire as we stood defiantly against the storm. The shadows pulsed and convulsed, shrieking in outrage. Their script of despair surged, twisting like a living entity, but our defiance broke through their hold. I felt the power grow around us, an energy gathering strength, illuminating the space like a beacon in the night. The whispers began to falter, growing softer. I pushed deeper into my conviction, anchoring my heart with courage. Hope flooded through me like sunlight breaking through a storm. And then, with a burst of determination, I swung the mace again, smashing it into the ground, and a wave of radiant light erupted from it, slicing through the darkness like a knife through butter. Shadows recoiled, shrieking in agony as they began to dissolve and fade, their power splintering into nothingness. "Together!" I shouted, raising the mace high, a symbol of our united strength. The light radiated outward, illuminating the night as the shadows shrank back, losing their grip on reality, retreating like a tide. I could feel my partner standing firm beside me, their resolve melding with mine. "We can do this!" I yelled, and with each swing, the darkness thinned, revealing glimpses of brilliant moonlight filtering through the ominous trees. But I knew this battle was far from over. The whispers still lingered, threatening to pull us back into their depths. "Resist!" I urged, my voice steady. "We're stronger than this." And so, with every ounce of willpower, with the echoes of courage resonating in our hearts, we fought against the shadows, reclaiming our own light, determined to break free together. As we pressed forward, I felt something shift within me, an awakening of strength. Whatever awaited us beyond this nightmare, we would face it as allies, unyielding against the tide of fear threatening to consume us whole. With the shadows losing their grip, a sense of urgency washed over me. The air was dense with anticipation, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural, suffocating almost. I could see the remnants of darkness swirling away, but I knew this wasn't the end. I scanned the space around us, searching for any signs of what might come next. My heart pounded in sync with the rising intensity. I felt my energy surge, the warmth radiating from the light we had summoned. It seemed to push the darkness further back, opening up paths that had been lost to despair, but a creeping sensation lingered just beneath the surface. Just then, a chilling breeze whipped through the clearing, carrying with it a sound that froze me in place, a low, mocking laughter. It echoed through the trees like a predator taunting its prey, reverberating off every corner of the night. My partner glanced at me, eyes wide with fear, and I could feel the weight of uncertainty pressing down between us. "We have to go deeper," I insisted, unwilling to let the shadows reclaim everything we had fought for. With each step toward the heart of the forest, I could feel the warmth begin to wane, the air growing heavier as if it were thick with dread. The trees slowly morphed into sinister shapes, their branches curling like skeletal fingers reaching down to grasp us. I stumbled slightly, the roots intertwining beneath the leaf-strewn ground tugging at my feet, refusing to let me pass. I fought to keep my focus, but the laughter grew louder, echoing with strange inflections that chilled me to the core. The atmosphere shifted, unfamiliar sounds creeping into the night. The rustling of leaves seemed to take on a different rhythm, almost like a heartbeat. "Can you hear that?" I whispered to my partner, dread trickling into my bones. They nodded, their face taut with fear. "What is it?" "I don't know, but it feels wrong. We need to be careful," I replied, scanning the darkness ahead. Each step echoed in the night, each breath labored and laden with unspoken tension. Shadows danced, flitting at the edges of my vision, always just out of reach. The temperature dropped, and a sense of foreboding settled around us like a cloak. Then, suddenly, a guttural growl pierced the silence from the depths of the woods. It was a low, growling rumble, reverberating through the ground and rattling my insides. The laughter faded, replaced by a heavy, palpable tension, and I could feel my skin crawl. "What was that?" I stammered, hair prickling on the back of my neck. "I don't know, but we should move," my partner urged. We darted forward, pushing deeper into the shadows, each sound echoing ominously in the stillness. The deeper we went, the more the forest seemed to come alive. Every slither in the underbrush, every fleeting rustle in the trees felt like a threat. Just ahead, I spotted a flicker of light, faint and ethereal, cutting through the thick veil of darkness. It beckoned with a surreal warmth, like a candle's glow in the cold night, yet something about it felt uncanny and out of place. "Do you see that?" I pointed, hesitating for a moment. "Yeah, but do we really want to go toward it?" My partner questioned, skepticism in their tone. I shook my head, whispering as I stepped cautiously toward the light. "We might not have a choice. It could be our only chance." As I moved closer, the space warped, creating an illusion that twisted my perception. The light expanded and contracted, pulsing rhythmically like a beating heart, and I felt an unsettling pull to it, temptation mixed with dread pulling me along. But the closer I got, the more the shadows coiled around me, almost aware of my intent. The trees leaned in, their branches stretching toward the light like ravenous creatures hungry for the source of warmth. With each step, I began to hear the whispering voices again, this time clearer, begging and pleading, "Join us, be one with us." I stopped in my tracks, paralyzed as the shadows writhed at my feet. I clenched my fists, battling against the urge to surrender. I wouldn't fall victim to their dark call. "Don't listen!" I yelled, the sheer force of my voice breaking through the haze of whispers clamoring for my attention. "Keep coming," they cried, desperation twisting in their tone, but I forced myself to look away from the deceptive glow. The ground trembled beneath me, and suddenly shadows spiraled, rising up like smoke to take form. Whether through instinct or perhaps sheer will, I tightened my grip around my mace, ready for whatever lay ahead. "You think you can resist us?" The growl was laced with an ominous promise, curling around my thoughts, paying homage to my fears. "You are already ours." I felt a surge of power, a bright ember of determination igniting deep within me. "No!" I shouted defiantly. "I won't let you take me." As I swung the mace downward, the ground shook, sending vibrations through the air, and the force struck the shadows. A radiant wave burst forth, casting the grotesque figures aside as they shrieked in fury, dissipating like mist under the sun. Gritting my teeth, I glanced at my partner, who was staring in wide-eyed awe at the scene unfolding in front of us. "We can't stop now. Let's keep going," I urged, heart pounding as I felt their presence beside me again. We pushed forward through the tangled thicket, the trees seeming to writhe in protest, the atmosphere heavy with dark intentions. Each rustle of leaves grew more aggressive, almost like encouragement for us to turn back, but we wouldn't. Faint shadows hovered, lurking just out of sight, but determination coursed through me like adrenaline. The encounter fueled my hope, reminding me of the power I held, the light within that refused to be extinguished. Suddenly, I heard a blood-curdling scream pierce the air, a sound filled with raw terror that sent chills racing up my spine. It came from somewhere ahead, echoing through the trees as if someone had been trapped in the claws of the very dark we were trying to escape. "What was that?" my partner gasped, terror clawing at their voice. "I don't know, but it sounds like someone needs help," I replied, dread twisting my insides as we pushed toward the sound, emotion battling reason. With every step, the screams grew louder and more desperate, the very essence of terror hanging in the air like fog. I steel myself, clenching my jaw. "We have to save whoever it is," I said firmly, not daring to reconsider. The darkness shifted around us, but the screams tethered me to the essence of bravery. I pressed forward despite my shaking hands, feeling the heaviness of the shadows swirling tighter, ready to wrap around us again, but I wouldn't allow it. Bursting through a dense thicket, we stumbled into a small clearing where the light dimmed, revealing a scene that etched terror into my bones. A figure was trapped in a web of shadows, writhing in agony. Their face was distorted in fear, eyes wide and pleading as they looked at us. "Help me," they begged, their voice breaking, filled with despair as the shadows tightened around them, pulling them deeper into the dark. "No!" I yelled, instinctively rushing forward, but a wave of darkness surged toward me, blocking my way. "Leave this one to us," the shadows hissed, their voices an unsettling chorus, rising and falling rhythmically as they cocooned the figure, pulling them further into their depths. I refused to back down. Raising the mace high, I swung it down with all my might, determined to break through the barrier. The shadows shuddered, shrieking in disarray, and the air crackled with energy as blinding light erupted from the impact, scattering the darkness. "Get out!" I screamed, desperate to free the trapped figure. "We're here to help." But just as hope sparked anew, I sensed a deeper darkness lurking behind, something ancient and powerful. The shadows swirled furiously, whispering their threats, the atmosphere becoming charged with hostility. You think you can save them? They belong to us now. They rumbled, the voice deep and resonant, shaking the ground beneath us. The figure looked at me with pleading eyes. Please don't leave me. My heart wrenched at their desperation, but I felt a cold terror creeping back in, urging me to turn away. The energy around us shifted, yet I wouldn't surrender to despair. We're not giving up, I yelled, the steel in my voice breaking through the impending gloom. As the shadows pulsated, I held the mace firmly, channeling the last vestige of light left within me. The darkness swirled violently, and I could feel raw power coiling in the air, charging toward me. Fight it, I shouted to my partner, who stood beside me, ready to stand firm against whatever horror was coming. As the shadows surged forward, writhing and snapping, I swung the mace again, a desperate howl escaping my lips as I drew upon all the strength I had left. With every ounce of willpower, I hurled the mace at the coiling darkness, believing with every nerve in my body we could break through. The night shattered around us, light bursting forth and flooding the clearing. The shadows howled in protest, their physical form disintegrating into wisps of smoke that quickly dissipated. The trapped figure gasped as they were freed, collapsing on the ground, breathless, eyes glazing with disbelief. As light flooded through, I felt the weight of despair begin to dissipate, but I knew this battle wasn't over. The air was still thick with tension, and I could sense a deeper evil lurking just beyond our reach, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I turned to my partner, determination burning in my chest. We need to get out of here. Now! The figure looked up, a flicker of hope returning to their eyes. Please help me. I don't want to go back. Stay close to us, I instructed, motioning for them to follow. We'll get you out of here. Together, with the remnants of shadow swirling in our wake, we made a hurried retreat, aware of the presence that still loomed just outside our range of sight. I could feel its dark tendrils reaching for us, a reminder that even though we had fought back tonight, the darkness never truly rested. Pressing forward, we navigated the remnants of the labyrinthine woods, the silence stretching around us as we tried to escape the lingering shadows. Fear tangled with adrenaline, fueling our desperate flight, each heartbeat echoing in tandem with the pulsing darkness swirling behind us. We took off running down the darkened path, the underbrush snapping beneath our hurried steps. The figure stumbled behind us, still dazed but moving forward, shadowed silhouettes flitting at the corners of my vision. This place, twisted as it was, felt alive, as if it were trying to pull us back into its suffocating embrace. The atmosphere changed as we crossed deeper into the woods. The trees became thicker, their branches intertwined like fingers clutching at the sky. The air felt heavy and thick with tension, charged with something sinister lurking just beyond sight. A low moan flitted through the branches, a sound that twisted my stomach into knots. I could feel something watching us, dark and cold, hidden within the foliage. Stay close, I urged the figure, my heart pounding louder than my footsteps. As we pressed on, I dared to glance back, momentarily catching sight of the shadows pulsating behind us, swirling with urgency. They writhed in agitation, melding together, but each time I tried to focus on them, they faded like smoke, slipping away just as quickly. Then came a sudden rustling from the shadows, louder this time, startling me enough to stop in my tracks. My eyes widened, adrenaline surging through my veins, as I prepared myself for whatever threatened to emerge. The forest grew quieter, almost expectant, each heartbeat echoing in the unnatural stillness. The rustling intensified, joined by high-pitched whispers, desperate and breathless. Let us in. Let us help you, they crooned, their voices sliding under my skin like icy fingers, sending a chill crashing down my spine. We can free you from this torment. No, I shouted back, shaking my head vehemently, as if I could shake off their hypnotic call. You want to trap us? To claim us? I won't listen. The laughter returned, low and mocking, resonating from the darkness. Behind me, I felt my partner hesitate, fear etched across their face. What are they talking about? What do they want? Just don't listen. Keep moving, I urged, instinctively pulling the figure closer as anxiety crawled back into my thoughts. Suddenly, without warning, the shadows lunged from the darkness, tendriling outwards like hungry serpents. I barely had time to react as they lunged, wrapping around my partner's legs, dragging them down into the damp foliage. My heart raced as I reached for them, my hand grasping wildly at air as their terrified scream shattered the night. "I won't leave you," I screamed, but the shadows tightened around them, drawing them deeper into the abyss. I felt paralyzed, torn between grabbing them and fleeing from the nightmare surrounding us. The forest pulsed with evil energy, the very air thick with despair, and I could hear the suffocating whispers gaining strength, urging me to turn away. "What do you want from us?" I shouted at the darkness, adrenaline sparking in my veins. "Let them go. Join us," a voice hissed from the depths, dark and patient, as if savoring my fear. "They belong to the shadow now, and soon you will join them." The ground trembled beneath me, roots reaching up like claws, pulling at my feet, trying to hold me in place as despair seeped into my thoughts. I couldn't let this happen. Summoning every ounce of determination, I raised my mace high, the metallic tang of hope surging through me once more. "I won't let you take them. Not today." I swung it down, light bursting forth, illuminating the shadows momentarily and causing the creature to recoil with a guttural snarl, echoing through the clearing. With a final surge of energy, I lunged forward, feeling the shadows tighten around my partner's form. A slight grasp on their arm was all I needed to tug them back, pulling them from that insidious grip. The dark tendrils shrieked in rage, pulling at us, but I fought harder, knowing we had to escape. Together, we stumbled backward, freeing ourselves from the clutching darkness, while the figure stood beside me, horrified but resolute. "What do we do now?" My partner gasped, trembling slightly, having barely escaped the brink of despair. "We can't let them win. We have to keep moving," I shouted, heart racing as I glanced at the path ahead. With shadows lingering ominously behind, we took off again. The forest twisted around me, the trees gnarled and reaching out as if trying to ensnare us. I could feel the panic rising with each step, but deep down, I knew, in this dark realm, I couldn't let fear dictate my actions. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the woods, echoing around us like an unending echo, a haunting melody that sent chills spiraling through my body. "You cannot escape," it sang. "This is your fate now." Pushing through the thick underbrush, we found ourselves in another clearing. But this place was different. It smelled of decay, and the air was laden with an unbearable chill. Distant figures flickered at the edges of the light, trapped faces twisted in agony, as if they were clawing at an unseen barrier, desperate to reach us. "Keep moving," I urged, pulling my partner along as I felt the oppressive weight of despair trying to drag us down. We burst through the clearing heading for the edge, yet I could feel the shadows closing in, eager to reclaim their prey. Then a sudden flash of movement caught my eye, a glimmer of something silver in the distance, shining brighter than the encroaching despair. A faint path lay ahead, beckoning us as the darkness slinked closer. "There! We can make it!" I shouted, urging my partner forward. The figure looked hesitant, fear etched into their features. But I gripped their shoulders, locking eyes with them. "Trust me, we can't stop now. We have to keep fighting." We sprinted towards the light, adrenaline propelling us as whispers and laughter rose to a fever pitch behind us. The shadows grew convoluted, thrashing in anger as some unseen force pulled us away from them. With every step, I felt the energy in the air shift like a tide turning, the shadows churning angrily. I risked a glance over my shoulder and caught a glimpse of a shadowy form emerging, larger than before, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the night. "Run!" I screamed, urging my partner to move faster. The path seemed never-ending, the darkness clawing and reaching, ready to ensnare us once more. But with one desperate leap and a final surge of energy, we rushed into the light. As we burst through the clearing, a surreal calm wrapped around us like a blanket. The shadows recoiled, the laughter fading into an unsettling silence. Yet I knew we weren't safe just yet. The darkness would not simply let us go. The clearing surrounded us, vibrant in comparison to the oppressive gloom, but a sense of unnatural stillness fell over everything. The trees towered above, their branches twisting in impossible angles as if watching us with malicious intent. A single tear of light peeked through the canopy, illuminating the path leading away, but I could feel the echoes of despair lurking in the corners. "Is it over?" my partner panted, gazing back toward the darkness, still flickering in the distance. "No, I can feel it. It's not done with us." And just as I said it, the shadows surged again, expanding outward, slithering along the ground like a living creature. Their whispers grew, swirling around us, beckoning, promising safety, tempting us to return. "Join us. Be one with us," they called, the words syrupy sweet but laced with malice. With fear tightening like a vice in my chest, I could feel the urge creeping in, threatening to plant its roots in my mind. "Do not listen. We fight," I yelled, desperate to keep back that encroaching dread. As I gripped the mace tightly, feeling the familiar weight and warmth flowing from it, I prepared myself for whatever twisted horror awaited us. The shadows lurched forward, dozens of eyes glinting in the darkness, all narrowing in on us with an intensity that sent shivers racing down my spine. I could feel the pulse of their presence thrumming with anger, and I knew we would have to stand our ground, whatever it took. We weren't just fighting for ourselves anymore, but for every soul lost to the terror this place harbored. We swayed together, feeling that electric connection, our breaths mingling as one. Together, I whispered fiercely as the shadows moved closer, encircling us. With every ounce of strength left within me, I swung the mace again, ready to confront the looming darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. I gripped my mace tightly, steeling myself against the now surging shadows, which twisted and writhed like hungry serpents. My heart raced in my chest, each thump echoing in my ears as fear and determination battled for dominance. The darkness around us felt sentient, almost breathing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was deliberating on its next move. "Stay close," I called out to my partner, who stood rigid beside me, fear painting their face in pale hues. The figure behind us was beginning to tremble, so I threw a look back, reassuring them with a nod. "We're not backing down. Not now." When I swung the mace, light erupted from its surface, illuminating the swirling shadows for just a moment. They screeched, the sound grating against my eardrums, a cacophony of agony mixed with anger, all directed at us. The air thickened with a malevolent energy, something ancient and powerful, rising up like a dark tide eager to engulf everything in its path. I could feel it rallying itself, the building tension almost palpable, and beneath my feet, the ground began to tremble. I had to act quickly. "We have to push forward. There's no turning back," I yelled, my voice resonating with urgency. We took a step toward the faint sliver of light ahead, but the shadows slithered closer, wrapping around my ankles, trying to pull me back into their suffocating embrace. I felt a sharp tug and stumbled, almost losing my footing as the darkness yanked at me with a viciousness that was both shocking and terrifying. "No!" I yelled, using all my strength to wrench myself free as the pull intensified. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat, but I refused to be vulnerable. With a fierce cry, I swung my mace down against the shadows. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, illuminating the surrounding area and causing the darkness to twist and recoil. In that moment, I could see the figures trapped within, faces contorted in torment, their eyes begging for release. For an instant, the light penetrated the gloom, and the whispers quieted, replaced by gasps of surprise from the shadows. But that lull was fleeting, and they regrouped quickly, their form coiling back as they focused intently on all of us. I turned to my partner, their eyes wide with disbelief. We need to get those trapped out. If we can save even one, it could help break their hold. The shadows pulsed, enveloping the figures, their anguished faces twisting into grotesque smiles. You think you can save them? A deep voice rumbled from the heart of the darkness, reverberating through my bones. They are ours now. With a surge of determination, I charged forward, strongly gripping my mace in both hands, swinging it violently at the nearest tendril of shadow. It made contact with a resounding crack, sending sparks of light across the clearing. But there was no time to marvel as more tendrils whipped towards me. The air grew thick, suffocating, choking me as the shadows intoned in unison. Join us. You cannot resist. There was a weight pulling on my mind, a dark whisper creeping into my thoughts, tempting me with promises of power and peace if I surrendered. It felt so inviting, yet I fought against it, recalling every frightened face trapped within these dark realms. I felt warmth surge through me, igniting my resolve once more. No, I will not become one with darkness. I yelled, voice tinged with rage and fear combined. Then you will pay. The shadows spat as they lunged forward, an overwhelming wave of darkness closing in on me. In that sheer moment of desperation, the figure beside me fell to their knees, hands clutching their head in agony as they struggled against the encroaching whispers echoing from the shadows. I could see the struggle in their eyes, the battle between succumbing to the dark and fighting through. Don't give up. Fight it, I urged, gripping the mace with renewed determination as I swung it down again, warding off the shadows enveloping us. Each blow sent ripples of light that flared into the darkness, but it felt like an endless tide surging forward, a relentless tide determined to drown us in despair while souls beyond them sobbed in silence. More shadows materialized, their forms shifting and changing, morphing into the twisted faces of those who had once been trapped, their eyes sparkling with malevolence and hunger. You could join us, they whispered, their voices dripping with malice. Join us, and you will never be alone again. No, I screamed, summoning every ounce of strength I had left. This is not who I am. You won't take me. As I fought back, desperate breaths filled the air. The atmosphere crackled with energy as spirits around us swirled, rallying against the encroaching darkness. The sky above shimmered ominously, a battle of light versus dark brewing in unseen corners. I felt invigorated by the collective of lost souls, their whispered encouragement resonating in the back of my mind. Together, I chanted under my breath, focusing on the light within, the fire that refused to dim even in this oppressive realm. I could feel the energy surging, a flood of warmth washing over me and pulsing through the air, forcing the shadows to retreat momentarily, their sinister whispers turning into anguished wails. Hold on, I called, urging my partner and the figure with us as we pressed on toward the flickering light. Suddenly, the tendrils around us released their grip, swirling back in a chaotic frenzy as they tried to regain control. For a split second, I could see paths branching off from the clearing. A distant flicker of flickering light beckoned me, a sanctuary amidst the darkness, pulsating like a heartbeat, leading us away from this madness. Run, I shouted, my voice echoing through the morning fog, and we took off, propelled by our collective fear and a flicker of hope. The shadows lunged, snapping at our heels, but adrenaline coursed through me, igniting a fire I had never known. I would not be consumed. The path twisted, and suddenly I stumbled upon an ancient stone archway covered in thick, gnarled vines, remnants of an old world long forgotten. A great tree thrashed nearby, its bark gnarled and evil, branches twisting like skeletal arms reaching toward our escape. This way, I yelled, leading us toward the arch as the shadows clawed at the ground, desperate to cling to us. Beyond the arch, the air felt lighter, the shadows wavering, whispers fading into a distant hum. With each hurried step, I could sense the darkness faltering. The figures we passed, still lost within the shadows, beckoned silently as we rushed forward, but their pleading eyes only stoked the fire within me. Finally, we burst through the arch and into a breathtaking glade filled with swirling light, vibrant colors blooming everywhere, a stark contrast to the madness behind us. I glanced back, heart hammering, witnessing the shadows retreat as if repelled by the sheer brilliance surrounding us. But even as the glade welcomed us, an endless dread dissolved the initial relief. Shadows lingered at the edge, dark tendrils reaching just beyond the archway, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I felt their malevolence lurking nearby, an unending threat unraveling, keeping us on edge. "Where are we?" my partner panted, eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and horror. "I don't know," I admitted, scanning the periphery for any sign of safety. "But we can't let our guard down. The darkness is still out there." The glade felt surreal, colors too bright, the light too clean, and it seemed an unsettling stillness filled the air. I closed my eyes for a moment, focusing on the rhythms of my breathing, willing my heartbeat to slow. But just as I thought we found a moment of peace, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting just out of sight, hidden among the vibrant flowers. I pointed, feeling the creeping anxiety rise again. "Did you see that?" Before my partner could respond, the ground beneath us began to shake gently, a low humming filling the atmosphere, as though the very earth was waking from an ancient sleep. Unease settled in my gut. Something wasn't right. Then came a voice, soft and melodic yet dripping with malice. "You thought you could escape?" It danced through the air, weaving in and out like a sinister lullaby, crackling with darkness. The shadows pooled around us, thickening and swirling until they began to take form, rising like smoke from the ground in tendrils that reached hungrily toward us. "You can't flee forever," they taunted, their grotesque shapes shifting and contorting before our eyes. "What do you want?" I shouted, desperation creeping back into my voice. "We've passed through your darkness. Just leave us alone." Their laughter rang out, high-pitched and disturbing, filling the glade as their shapes contorted. "You cannot escape your fate. You belong to us, and the darkness will always find its way back to you." In that moment, realization hit me like a freight train. The shadows were relentless, feeding off our fears and regrets, pulling at the frayed edges of our hearts. I could feel the weight of their influence nagging at the back of my mind, drawing me toward the abyss once more. "I won't let you," I yelled, raising my mace as light burst forth again. With every ounce of power I had, I swung it fiercely, aiming to drive back that insidious laughter, pushing the shadows away, using the resin of hope still flickering within me. And just as the blinding light erupted, the shadows pulled away, shrieking in despair, leaving the glade enveloped in a flickering glow. I could see the trapped souls within the darkness, faces twisted, eyes still filled with that unfathomable longing. But I knew that facing them again would mean risking everything. "Follow me," I cried, pulling my partner and that figure forward, away from the retreating shadows. The light pulsed brightly around us, urging us to move, forging a path away from the horrors still lurking in the depths. As we ran, I felt the weight of the shadows clinging desperately to my back, a raw hunger echoing as they surged forward. I would not let them win. Not today. But there was an unsettling truth brewing at the edge of my thoughts. Somehow, I could feel the specter of the darkness growing stronger, its wicked tendrils snaking into my mind as we approached a flickering light ahead, a new promise of hope or doom. The flickering light ahead pulsed faintly, almost teasingly, beckoning me closer even as the shadows whispered behind, their voices slithering into my ears. They fueled my fear, their presence weighing heavily like a storm ready to break. I could feel my heart racing faster, a relentless hammering that drowned out the cacophony of whispers that suggested despair and surrender. Just a bit further, I urged my partner, voice shaking. We had to reach that light. It felt like salvation, a promise of safety that pulled us forward despite the encroaching darkness closing in at our backs. With every step, I could feel the shadows clawing at my thoughts, urging me to turn around, to give in. But we pressed on, determination flooding through me like fire. My mace pulsed with energy, and I held it high, channeling that light into a shield against the creeping shadows that threatened to engulf us. The moment we stepped into the glow, everything shifted. A momentary tranquility washed over us, yet the air felt thick and charged. The warmth enveloped us, but as I looked around, unease settled deep within my gut. The light was deceptive, flickering softly, illuminating shapes that loomed in the corners. Figures emerged from the glow, their faces hauntingly familiar, yet twisted, eyes wide with that same plea I had seen before. I felt panic rising, choking me. "What is this place?" I whispered, fear creeping into my voice as I realized something wasn't right. As I stepped further in, shadows danced at the periphery, stretching and twisting, whispering secrets that made my skin crawl. "You should join us," a voice lured, soft and coaxing, resonating deep within my mind. "It's easier to give in. Surrender to the darkness." I shook my head violently, trying to dislodge the thoughts invading my consciousness. I needed to stay focused. I couldn't let them overwhelm me. I took a deep breath and turned my back to the entrancing figures, ignoring the pleading faces that seemed to merge with the shadows, threatening to drag me back into their depths. Just then, my partner clutched my arm, grip trembling. "Don't you see? They need us. They're lost," they said, eyes filled with sorrow. The realization hit me with a wave of dread. Were we stepping into a trap? "No, we can't save them," I cried out, pulling away. "They'll only lead us deeper into darkness." The figures around us began to shift, their expressions morphing into something grotesque. Their mouths twisted into wide, toothy grins filled with malice, as if my words had triggered a dark hunger within them. The air hummed with a dreadful energy, a mix of despair and malevolence that wrapped around my chest like a vice. "I can feel it," I shouted. "The darkness is lying. We can't trust them." As I said that, the light flickered violently, shadows swelling as they rushed toward us, angry and desperate. Sudden laughter pealed through the air, echoing with a cruel madness that sent shivers racing down my spine. "You won't escape. You'll be one of us soon enough," they taunted, sounds like chattering teeth, bouncing around my head like a dreadful symphony. In that horrifying moment, I realized what was at play. The light was a cruel illusion meant to ensnare our spirits. I turned to my partner as realization crystallized. "We need to leave," I shouted without thinking, the panic surging through me again as I felt the shadows quickly overtaking us, outstretching their fingers eager for our surrender. We sprinted back toward the path we had come from, but the shadows followed, furious at our rejection. The ground seemed to shift, becoming a treacherous mire beneath our feet, pulling at us with every step. I could see the murky darkness licking at us with hungry tendrils, waiting for the moment we faltered. The air thickened with despair, a heavy blanket threatening to suffocate us. I struggled against it, forcing my legs to move faster, and my heart seemed to pulse in time with the rising dread, one eternal beat of fear. "Look!" my partner shouted, pointing at the archway we had passed through, now glowing brightly, almost blinding in its radiance. "We have to reach it. Go! I'll hold them off," I yelled, knowing that even just a few seconds could mean the difference between hope and darkness swallowing us whole. In that moment, adrenaline coursed through me as I turned to face the approaching shadows. The figures lunged into the light after us, their faces now mere masks of fury. I swung my mace desperately, striking at the shadows with all the strength within me, feeling the light push against their dark forms, forcing them back momentarily. But for every one I struck down, more poured in to take their place, relentless and ravenous. The shadows circled like predators, their whispers filling my ears with haunting memories, taunting my every doubt. You'll never be free. You'll always belong to the darkness. Gritting my teeth, I roared out, pushing against the fear. You have no power over me. With each swing of my mace, light pulsed from the weapon, illuminating nothing but the void around me. For an agonizing moment, I wondered if I could hold this off long enough for my partner to escape. I had to believe they could break free. Suddenly, my partner's terrified voice broke through the barrage of sounds. It's too strong. I can't. Panic surged in me as I dared to look back, the shadows closing in on them, tendrils wrapping around their legs, dragging them toward the encroaching darkness. Hold on, I yelled, a surge of desperation coursing through me as I charged forward, ready to pull them free. But before I could reach them, the shadows exploded forth, a dark wave crashing down over us, their fury tangible, suffocating. No! I screamed, lunging forward with every last ounce of strength I had, but it was as if an unseen force held me back. I felt icy fingers brushing against my skin, each touch a reminder of what awaited us. The weight of despair wrapped around me, threatening to pull me into an endless chasm of hopelessness. In that moment of desperation, I recalled the faces of those trapped souls yearning for freedom, their voices echoing through me. We won't let you win. We fight together, I screamed, channeling the tiny flicker of hope still burning inside me. With a surge of determination, I raised my mace high and brought it down against the shadows enveloping my partner. Instead of finding resistance, the shadows recoiled, shrieking in agony. The light burst nearly deafening as it rippled outward, washing over my partner, and for a split second, time seemed to freeze. I saw their eyes, wide with fear, yet burning with hope as the shadows faltered. And then the darkness erupted, shattering like glass as they retreated, wailing in fury, scattering like leaves in a tempest. We stood in the collapsing silence, the glow enveloping us, but I didn't dare breathe yet. Something stilled in the air, dark forces gathering still. Come on, I shouted, reaching out to my partner, pulling them into the protective embrace of the light. We rushed toward the archway together, the air crackling with energy as the shadows surged violently behind us, clawing at the fading light, but unable to breach it. Bright beams illuminated our path ahead, but I felt the shadows closing in, infuriated by our escape. Just as we reached the arch's threshold, a heavy weight slammed into my back, sending me tumbling forward, and I barely caught myself, my heart pounding with fear. Go! I cried out, pushing my partner ahead, refusing to let the darkness win. I could feel tendrils wrapping around my arms, pulling me into the dizzying void where despair devoured light. I will not be consumed. I fought against the pull, my muscles straining as I gritted my teeth, willing myself to stay resilient. Don't look back. Keep moving, I shouted as the world around us dimmed, shadows swirling furiously, desperate to strip away every shred of hope remaining. The archway flickered, and I sensed a crackle on the edge of my awareness, a glimmer of what lay beyond. A path blossoming into the light, leading back to forgotten dreams and memories. But the shadows were relentless, pouncing with a growl that chilled me to the core. I could see their forms morphing. Faces emerged, twisting in reminder of all who had been trapped before. One face caught my eye, a figure I could almost recognize, and despair clawed at my heart as the realization sunk in. These once were the people who fought their battles, and I could not forsake their fight. As the shadows surged, I roared defiantly, swinging my mace again and again, blasting the shadows back, creating a moment of strength born from the pain of countless lost souls. The archway radiated warmth, calling for me, beckoning for my final stand. I pushed against the darkness, refusing to yield even as it threatened to drown me. There was light ahead, stronger than the shadows that threatened to take me. Together, I bellowed, my voice laced with every ounce of strength I had left. And with that cry, we hurled ourselves into the glow, diving into the sheltering embrace of light, letting it wash over us one last time before I thought the darkness would claim us for good. As the world around us erupted into the cacophony of shadows being driven back, I knew I had to grasp this moment to let the power of hope surge through me, outmaneuvering the darkness clinging unrelentingly at the edges of my heart. As I dove into the radiant warmth of the archway, I felt an intense surge of light engulf me. It was like stepping into a torrent of pure energy, an embrace that seemed to wash away the shadows threatening to claim my very soul. The darkness momentarily retreated, but my heart raced in fear. I knew it wouldn't last long. The shadows would find a way to claw back. When I landed on the other side, the world around us transformed once more. The ground beneath me was solid, yet pulsating, a living entity that thrummed with a strange energy. The colors were vibrant, almost too bright to be real, illuminating a landscape that twisted and turned in ways that scraped against the edges of reason. Flowers bloomed with sickly colors. Their petals dripped a dark, viscous liquid that pooled unnaturally. This place was wrong. A deep sense of foreboding settled into my bones, warning me to stay alert. I could hear my partner's breath next to me, hurried and uneven, mirroring my own panic. Aside from us, an eerie silence enveloped the area, weighing heavily on my shoulders, amplifying the fear that thrummed in my chest. "What is this place?" my partner whispered, voice trembling slightly. I don't know," I replied, straining to hear any hints of danger lurking nearby. I focused, listening to the unnatural rustling of the ground, a deep, unsettling laugh that rippled through the air, making my skin crawl. Then I noticed the shadows still lurking at the border of the arch. They twisted unnaturally, resembling dark silhouettes stalking us. I could feel their piercing gazes burning into our backs, the whispers of despair drifting through the stillness. "You can't escape your fate," they sneered. "You're not free. You belong to us. Just keep moving," I urged as I steered us away from the archway, trying to ignore the gnawing fear gripping my insides. With every step, the ground pulsated again, a rhythmic beat that seemed like a heartbeat, a warning pulse that resonated deep within the earth. Suddenly, the pleasant colors around us warped. It was as if an unseen hand had twisted reality, and the flowers began to wilt, their petals falling away to reveal jagged, sharp teeth gleaming wickedly beneath. Their soft laughter echoed darkly, shifting from beautiful to grotesque in an instant. "What is happening?" my partner cried out, panicking as they tugged at my sleeve. "I don't know," I shouted back, purposefully quickening my pace. But the shadows followed, relentless, whispering doubts that slithered into my mind, feeding off my dread. The scene morphed drastically as we pressed forward, the ground opening up to reveal a gaping chasm just ahead. A smoky mist billowed out from the darkness, twisting around our legs like ghostly fingers. The sensation of being watched intensified, and with it came a crushing weight, pressing down as though the very atmosphere was thickening around us. "Look," I said, trying to mask my own fear, but my voice trembled. "There's something down there." We peered over the edge, and as we did, horrid shapes began to form in the darkness. Faces appeared, swirling with anguish, their mouths moving silently as they reached out from the shadows, as if begging for release. A wave of unease washed over me, and I backed away instinctively, avoiding their haunted gazes. "They're trapped," my partner breathed. "We have to help them." "No," I shot back, gripping their arm. "We can't. They'll pull us in. We can't get caught." My voice barely rose above the frantic whispers that surrounded us, the shadows closing in like a menacing tide eager to draw us into their depths. Their laughter rose once more, rising to a fever pitch of madness. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, and I stumbled. A deep crack formed, stretching out toward us, widening as swirling mist spilled forth from it. Tendrils of shadow snaked up from the chasm, writhing and curling eagerly, seeking to ensnare us in their suffocating grasp. "Run!" I yelled, adrenaline surging through me. We sprinted away from the edge as the earth shook violently. Jagged rocks began to splinter and fall, crashing down into the inky darkness below, shrouding those tortured souls in despair. The shadows shrieked and laughed, their voices a cacophony of fury echoing around us. "You cannot escape, children of light," they taunted, adapting their form into monstrous creatures, their bodies fluid and formless, stitched together by tendrils of darkness. With every frantic step I took, I felt the ground shudder beneath my feet as it threatened to swallow me whole. I could sense my partner's fear intensifying, their breath growing shallower while panic surged through their veins. "There!" I shouted, spotting a narrow path winding through a dense line of grotesque, twisted trees. The trees were eerily lifelike, their branches gnarled and reaching out as if longing to grasp us, their bark slick with something dark and thick. Those which stood tall hummed softly, their rustling leaves creating a disturbing melody that sent shivers down my spine. I led us toward the path, but just as we rounded the first twisted trunk, I felt a sudden gust of cold air sweep past me, chilling the very marrow of my bones. It carried whispers, tantalizing and dark, swirling around me like a forgotten lullaby, beckoning me to surrender. "Stay close," I urged, but the rustling noise grew louder, almost swallowing my voice. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, always out of sight, but never out of mind. My heart raced as I led the way deeper into the woods, the trees seeming to close in around us. The path twisted and turned, the landscape shifting in ways that felt unnatural, as if I had stepped into a dream gone horribly wrong. And then I saw them. Faces emerging from the bark with hollowed eyes and twisted mouths, each one frozen in a scream as if pleading for release. I recoiled, breathing heavily, realizing we had stepped into a horrifying trap. The shadows were more than simply creatures. They were echoes of the lost, trapped within the very essence of this cursed realm, their pain binding them to this eerie existence. "These are the lost souls," I murmured. "They trap others here, hoping to pull us into their depths." "Run," my partner shouted, breaking me from my stunned reverie, urgency in their voice. We hurried deeper into the twisted woods, but shadows pursued us, screeching and screaming, echoing the agony of those forever damned. Their movements were frantic, closing in around us like a noose tightening. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, desperation coursed through my veins. As if reacting to my fear, the shadows swelled with dark energy, rising and curling around us, each hiss promising despair, relentless in their pursuit. "Help!" I gasped, adrenaline surging, trying to summon the light within me. I swung my mace behind me, connecting with maddened shadows, slicing through the darkness like a flame threatening to extinguish their sinister power. The air reverberated with raw energy, and the shadows screamed in agony, fiery whispers of anger echoing until the sounds became maddening. But just as I began to feel a flicker of hope, the earth beneath us trembled violently again, fissures cracking open, revealing deep abysses of swirling darkness. It was as if the very ground hungered to consume us whole, and I could see the darkness swirling within. "Faster!" I gasped, dragging my partner forward as we sprinted through the deepening gloom, our feet pounding against the twisted roots. Time warped as shadows danced in and out of sight. The trees loomed overhead like malevolent giants, their bared branches reaching for us, wanting to pull us into their dark embrace. "Keep going," I urged, ignoring the panic threatening to consume me. Each step felt heavier than the last, the shadows' laughter scraping against my mind like nails on a chalkboard. I felt my grip on reality slip, fear tightening its grip, pulling me toward the abyss where the lost souls lingered. Just then, I caught sight of a flicker of light ahead, a beacon of luminous warmth that seemed to breathe life into the suffocating darkness. It shimmered like a distant star, and with it came a wave of hope pounding in my pulse. "Over there!" I pointed urgently, taking off without a second thought, even as shadows lunged toward us angrily. "We have to reach it." We have to break free. As we barreled toward the light, a chilling realization washed over me. It was a test, perhaps the final trial before freedom. The shadows followed us, relentless, seeking to claim what hope remained. The ground shook beneath us again as I felt the darkness closing in. "Hurry! Don't look back!" I shouted, fear pushing us onward, my heart racing with anger and desperation. As we closed the distance, the light grew brighter, illuminating a path that shimmered with ethereal beauty. I could feel hope intertwining with fear, a wild mix that tinged my breath with warmth. But just before we plunged headlong into the radiance, the shadows surged one final time, coiling around my partner, isolating them from me. "No!" I yelled, lunging back toward them, feeling a raw desperation clawing at my chest. "I won't let them take you." The darkness laughed cruelly, its fingers intertwining with my partner's form, pulling them slowly into the depths of despair. Their eyes widened, reflecting both fear and a flicker of determination. "I won't give up," they shouted, fighting against the grip of the shadows, trying to break free. "Grab my hand," I cried, panic surging through me as I stepped back into the curling shadows, reaching toward my partner with every ounce of determination left in my heart. The air crackled with energy, the stakes rising as darkness swirled dangerously around us. And as our fingers met, a surge of power coursed through us, the light around us igniting, battling the shadows with ferocity. A moment stretched infinitely as we grappled with the darkness, desperation fueling our fight. This was our chance. United, we pushed against the shadows, summoning the light we had shared, the flicker of hope blossoming within us, expanding outward to envelop the darkness that sought to tear us apart. In that charged moment, light erupted with brilliant intensity, pushing back against the tendrils of despair that wrapped around us like a noose. I could feel the shadows wailing as we surged toward the light together, every scream resonating with loss and pain, lost echoes battering against our resolve. "Keep going," I cried, urgency propelling us forward as we plunged into the radiance, shattering the darkness with a blinding brilliance that illuminated the very fabric of our beings. And as we crossed the threshold of that illuminating light, understanding bore down heavily at my heart. Dark shadows could never conquer hope, love, or the light we carried within us. But lurking at the back of my mind, doubt gnawed silently. What if the darkness lay waiting to gather its strength, biding its time until we let our guard down? As we emerged into the light, the shadows howled, their anguished cries echoing around us, fading into the distance like a haunting melody. The warmth of the glow enveloped me, yet an unsettling feeling crept up my spine. I couldn't shake the dread that lurked beneath the surface, whispering doubts into my mind like a gently rising fog. "Are we safe?" my partner asked, taking a hesitant step forward. "I think so," I replied, but even as I spoke, a part of me hesitated. The shadows had been relentless, and their laughter still haunted the air, a reminder that darkness was never far away. The glow surrounding us pulsed gently, brightening and dimming in succession like breathing. It felt like the light itself had a heartbeat, but something about it seemed off. I took a deep breath, focusing on the path ahead. The landscape was surreal, flowers shimmering in colors that should not exist, their shapes twisted and odd. It was beautiful and unsettling all at once. And then I noticed them, familiar shapes lurking at the edges of my vision. "They're back," I whispered, my heart pounding as I squinted into the shifting light. Dark figures seemed to move just out of reach, their forms blending seamlessly with the vibrant surroundings. They stretched and twisted with unnatural fluidity, a sickening reminder that this place was still fraught with danger. "Keep going," my partner urged, nudging me forward. As we walked deeper into the lush yet eerie environment, the shadows began to coalesce at the edges of the trees, creeping closer as if sampling our fear. I felt a chill sweep through me, a cold realization that the threat was never truly gone. Then suddenly, the light flickered violently, and the strange glow dimmed, casting elongated shadows that danced ominously across the ground. The whispers returned, more insistent this time, swirling through the air like chilling breezes. Echoes of laughter that twisted and turned into anguished cries. I could make out phrases that sent shivers down my spine. "You can't hide. We'll find you. You belong to the dark. We have to keep moving," I shouted, breaking into a run. My instincts screamed that the shadows had not given up, that they were reforming, ready to strike. The vibrant colors around us now seemed muted, darkening like the twilight. "Where are we even going?" My partner gasped, struggling to keep pace. "I don't know," I admitted, panic clawing at my chest. "But we have to get away from here." The path beneath our feet began to twist and turn more aggressively, the once vibrant flowers now wilting, their colors fading to a sickly gray. Each step we took felt heavier, as if the ground itself was trying to drag us down into its depths. And then I heard a sound, a soft melody or chant, maybe echoing through the air. It grew louder, tugging at my mind like a lullaby, seductive and terrifying all at once. My feet slowed, drawn toward the faint call even as alarms blared in the back of my head. "Don't listen," my partner shouted, grabbing my arm. The urgency in their voice pierced through the haze, snapping me back to reality. I shook my head, trying to clear the strange fog that threatened to envelop my senses. The chill wrapped around me, clawing at my mind, whispering promises of ease and comfort. "I feel it too," I breathed, heart racing. "But we can't." Suddenly, the air grew thick, a suffocating blanket, and the shadows thickened around us even more, embodying the melody woven through the air. Shapes darted from the corners of my vision, flickering with malicious intent, always out of reach, yet waiting for an opening to strike. Then, without warning, the ground beneath me shifted. With a deafening crack, it split open, creating a yawning chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. The once solid path crumbled beneath our weight, cascading into the dark abyss below, echoing like laughter. I lunged forward, grabbing my partner's hand as the shadows writhed around us, attempting to entrap us both. "Follow me," I shouted, pulling them away from the edge. The sounds of despair came to a fevered pitch again, echoing the agony of lost souls that grazed against my skin like icy fingers. With no time to hesitate, we veered off the path and into the dense woods, where trees leaned over us as if trying to listen in on our desperation. The suffocating darkness encased our surroundings, pressing against us like walls closing in. My heart raced as panic threatened to consume me, the shadows lurking just beyond sight, ready to pounce. Just then, the ground trembled once more. I stumbled, my eyes widening in horror as I felt roots snaking around my ankles, thick and slimy, pulling me toward the earth. A low, grating laugh echoed through the trees, reverberating in my chest as I struggled against the grip. "Help!" I gasped, dropping my partner's hand as I fought to break free. But the roots tightened, slithering against my skin like snakes, dragging me down into the ground where the pulsating rhythm of despair beat like a war drum. "Hold on," my partner shouted, yanking my arm. Their strength pulled me back just enough for me to claw my way free from the insatiable hold of the earth. With a fierce determination, I took a step back, my heart racing as I felt the shadow's anger rising around us, brewing like a storm ready to unleash its wrath. "Let's find the light," I shouted, decisive as I pressed onward through the darkening woods, leaving the tendrils of despair behind. But the deeper we went, the more twisted the trees became, their bark shifting into faces, angry, twisted souls that melded into the very fabric of the forest. Each face screamed silently while their mouths twisted into grotesque grins, feeding off our fears. My breath caught, the air thickening as I fought the urge to scream. This was not just a nightmare. This was reality, and I was losing grip on my sanity. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the shadows, a rumbling sound that sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. It was a deep, resonating call, promising retribution and despair. We turned to run, but as we did, the trees began to shift, their branches reaching toward us like skeletal fingers, closing in as if the woods themselves had come alive to trap us. "Where do we go?" my partner cried, panic rising in their voice. "The trees! We have to go through. It might lead us out." We rushed forward, weaving between the gnarled trunks, but a grotesque laughter erupted around us, louder and more derisive than before. The branches snapped and clawed at us, flesh and bark intertwining, eager to drag us into the forest's darker depths. "Run! Now!" I shouted, feeling the frigid breath of something behind us, hot on our heels. As we burst past the trees, the ground opened up again, revealing a grim pit shrouded in darkness, a chilling echo of faces twisted in torment. They reached out, fingers clawing the air as they wailed silently, begging for help, pleading to be released. "No!" I screamed, hurrying past, but the shadows lunged for us, their icy fingers brushing against my skin as if trying to draw me back into their grasp. Desperation surged in my chest. I could feel the darkness coiling around us, tightening its hold, swirling and transforming with every moment of dread. Just beyond the pit, I spotted a glimmer of light breaking through the dense canopy, the promise of hope waiting on the other side. "Keep going!" I yelled as we sprinted toward it. But just as we neared, hands of shadow gripped my ankles, pulling me downward. "Help me!" I cried, flailing against the chilling embrace of darkness, feeling every ounce of strength strain against my body. The shadows screeched, their laughter mingling with the whispers of despair that surged like a wave, battering against my resolve. "I won't let go!" my partner screamed, reaching out to me. With desperate energy, they tugged at me, pulling with everything they had. The light pulsed ahead, intensifying as if encouraging us to break free. In that moment, I drew on every last ounce of hope, focusing on the light, the warmth it offered. And, with a ferocious roar, I freed myself from the shadow's grasp, lunging forward alongside my partner. We stumbled into the light together, but the shadows lashed out one last time, attempting to claw us back into the abyss. I could feel them brushing against my arms, seeping into my thoughts, tightening their grip, promising to claim me if I dared look back. But we pushed forward, and as we stepped into the radiance, a bright discharge of energy erupted, sending the shadows recoiling with furious cries. I turned back just once. I could see the darkness swirling wildly, their faces contorting in rage, trails of despair escaping like smoke. Through the chaos, I realized I had tapped into something powerful, a strength bolstered by our fight, our desire to survive, and the light that lived within us. The sanctuary of luminosity surrounded us, urging us forward, promising safety in a world where shadows waited patiently for the brave to falter. But even as we stood on the precipice of the light, a creeping doubt gnawed at my mind. What followed could be more dangerous than what we had left behind. Standing on the edge of that radiant light, I felt a rush of hope and terror intertwine within me. The shadows screamed, their voices mixing into a cacophony of despair as they lashed out from the darkness behind us, stretching toward the blinding glow. I knew this was just a temporary refuge. They would follow us, relentless, hungry for what we carried within. "We need to move," I urged, feeling the intensity of the darkness pressing close, even as the light warmed my skin and filled me with renewed strength. "We can't stay here. We have to find a way out," my partner replied, anxiety thrumming in their voice. We hurried deeper into the light, but the path before us began to shift, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. It felt like we were walking on an unstable surface, with reality warping around us as if the very fabric of existence was unraveling. Suddenly, the brightness flickered ominously, casting shadows that seemed to move independently. I saw them immediately. The twisted figures of those who had been claimed by the darkness, their eyes wide with pain and hopelessness, frozen in expressions of agony. They lingered at the edge of visibility, their mouths moving silently, as if trying to warn us or plead for help. "Stay focused," I whispered, forcing myself to ignore their haunting gazes. It became increasingly difficult to shut out the whispers swirling through my mind, promising to reveal the secrets of the shadows if I just listened. "Do you hear that?" my partner asked, their voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. I nodded, the sound of scratching fingers against the ground rapidly growing louder. The shadows were no longer just an echo. They were taking form, coalescing into something monstrous that stepped from the gloom, an embodiment of our nightmares. Before us, the dark figure emerged from the writhing shadows, towering and twisted, with limbs bending in unnatural angles. Its eyes were hollow voids that threatened to swallow us whole. For an agonizing moment, time froze, and I felt the weight of pure terror wash over me, freezing me in place. All the nightmares I had ever faced condensed into this singular moment. "We can't let it get to us," my partner shouted, breaking the spell that held me captive. With a surge of adrenaline, we turned to run again, but the ground beneath us shifted violently, and I stumbled. Small, dark tendrils reached out from the earth, clawing at my legs. The shadows howled in glee, eager to pull me back into their depths. I felt myself slipping, as if every ounce of will was being drained away. "No!" I gasped, forcing myself to fight against the pull. I twisted, kicking at the dark tendrils, but they only tightened their grip, wrapping around me like icy chains, dragging me downward into the ground where despair awaited. My partner rushed back, grabbing my hand. "Hold on! I won't let go!" They pulled with all their might, but the weight of the darkness threatened to overwhelm us both. The shadowy figure loomed closer, its jagged teeth bared in a grotesque smile, promising to consume everything: our hopes, our memories, our very existence. I could feel a cold breath on my skin, and with it came the faint whispers from the pit, a twisted lullaby that promised peace if I would just surrender. It felt oddly tempting to give in, to let the shadows take me away from the horrors of this world. But then I remembered the faces, those trapped souls bound forever in pain. Something ignited inside me. The desire to fight surged once more. "Fight!" I screamed at myself, gathering every shred of strength I possessed, focusing on the light embedded in my core. I pushed against the darkness, visualizing the glowing warmth spreading through my limbs. With a mighty heave, I jerked my leg free from the tendrils, nearly losing my balance but finding my footing again. To my astonishment, the tendrils recoiled, shrieking in outrage, retreating as I broke free from their grasp. "We got to move!" I yelled, pulling my partner along as we sprinted through the shifting terrain. And yet, the shadows surged behind us, now taking the form of monstrous grotesques. They were creatures born from fear and despair, their claws outstretched and eager, howling in rage as we escaped their clutches. We dashed toward a deeper brightness that flickered ahead, desperate for safety. But the shadows were relentless, weaving in and out, darting close enough for me to feel the chill of their presence. Just then, I saw a glimmer of something shimmering in the distance, a portal that pulsed with a soothing light. It beckoned us with a promise of safety, a stark contrast to the chaos that surrounded us. But would it be genuine? "Is it real?" my partner whispered, uncertainty beginning to creep in once more. "Only one way to find out," I replied through gritted teeth, adrenaline driving me forward. With the shadows clawing at our backs, we raced toward the portal, bracing for whatever lay beyond. Just as we plunged forward, the shadows surged, trying to wrap around us in one final act of desperation. But we propelled ourselves through the threshold of light, a wave of warmth washing over our bodies and slicing through the shadows like a blade. The world around us shifted with blinding speed, twisting through a tunnel of light and color. I heard the wails of the shadows dimming, their wrath retreating as the portal closed behind us. I turned to see the last remnants of darkness fading, nothing more than echoes swallowed by the luminescence. But even as the light enveloped me, A sense of dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Was this truly freedom, or merely the calm before a worse storm? I could feel the strange energy pulsing in the air, alive but unpredictable, leaving a bitter taste on my tongue. We stumbled into a new realm, a landscape filled with fading light and strange, flickering shadows. This place was quieter, yet it held an eerie stillness that made my skin crawl. The bright colors dulled on the edges, as if color was being drained from everything, leaving behind only shades of gray. What is this place? I breathed, scanning the horizon filled with hazy outlines of once vibrant life, now twisted into remnants of despair. I don't know, but we have to be careful, my partner replied, their voice low. I could see the trepidation in their eyes, mirroring the fear that churned in my gut. As I walked further, I felt the presence of something watching us, a dark weight pressing down on my shoulders. The shadows that had once chased us seemed to linger, still coiled around our hearts, never fully released. And then, a soft laughter echoed through the air, familiar yet haunting, weaving its way through the murky light. My heart sank. It was the same laughter that had taunted us before. The dark entity that thrived on despair was here, waiting patiently for its chance to strike. "Welcome," came a voice, smooth and chilling, slithering around my ears. I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a silhouette formed by darkness, bringing with it an air of dread that sank deeper than the ground. There was a twisted familiarity to its form, and my blood ran cold as I realized what it was. "But what are you?" I stammered, my heart racing as the figure shifted closer, eyes glowing like hot embers. "I'm the Keeper of Shadows," it said, its voice echoing like a dream that turned to nightmare. "You thought you could escape me? You belong to the darkness, just as they do." I stepped back, my instincts screaming at me to run. Yet the shadows enveloped the surroundings, wrapping tighter around us like an intricate web, leaving no way to escape. The laughter grew louder, intertwining with my own thoughts, making it harder to think, harder to resist. "No, I won't go back," I shouted, but the truth hung heavily in the air, a dark and unsettling reality settling over me. I felt the shadows inching closer, ready to wrap around me in a vice grip, coaxing me to surrender. The darkness around us began to shift, and I caught a glimpse of figures flickering in and out, those lost souls trapped in the shadows for what felt like eternity. Their faces twisted in torment, pleading silently for release, sparking a smoky tendril of determination deep within me. My partner was at my side, eyes locked on the shadowy keeper. "We will fight," they declared firmly, their voice steady despite the looming dread. "Together," I reminded, feeling the warmth of their hand as we faced the encroaching shadows. With renewed determination, I took a deep breath, focusing on the light that burned so brightly within. The shadows laughed, their amusement cutting like knives through the air as they began to swirl around us, hungry for despair. But I knew we were stronger than that. "Let's break this hold," I shouted, raising our hands toward the keeper, feeling the tingling energy coursing through my veins. As we conjured the light together, I could feel the shadows recoiling, a fearful hiss escaping their lips. Their laughter turned to screeches, echoing in panic as the glow intensified, wrapping around us like a protective shield. In that moment, doubts and fears fell away like autumn leaves, leaving only the burning fire of hope. Our lights surged, illuminating the darkness that threatened to claim us, casting shadows that shrank into nothingness, dispersing like mist at dawn. But just as we thought victory was at hand, the keeper lunged forward, its dark visage contorting into a maw of rage. "You cannot escape. The shadows are eternal," it roared, the words reverberating through the air. With a defiant scream, I pushed harder against the encroaching darkness, feeling the gnawing desperation of the lost souls at my back, urging us forward. As our light erupted into a fiery blaze, I understood the truth. They were not just souls trapped in darkness. They were echoes of strength waiting to be unleashed, and together, we could conquer the shadows. And as the bright glare surged, I felt a crack forming in the very essence of the darkness, a fissure that promised liberation from shadows. With determination blazing in my heart, I took a step into the light, feeling the warmth wrapping around me, promising refuge from the encroaching terror. But the laughter lingered, the keeper's last taunt echoing as I propelled myself into an uncertain future, leaving behind the lingering tendrils of despair. As I stepped into the radiant light, a wave of relief washed over me, but it was immediately overshadowed by an unsettling feeling in my gut. The bright world felt alive, yet it pulsed with an unnatural energy, the vibrant colors fading in and out like a malfunctioning dream. I glanced back, half expecting the keeper to emerge, its dark laughter echoing in my mind as a warning. I turned forward, my partner still at my side, both of us shaking with adrenaline. Just ahead, a vast expanse stretched out before us, lined with trees that seemed to sway like guardians of this strange realm. Their branches twisted and turned, almost as if they were inviting us deeper into the unknown. "Do you sense it?" my partner asked, their voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, feeling an eerie stillness blanket the area, a tension in the air that made my skin crawl. There was beauty here, but it was marred by an unshakable sense of dread waiting just beyond our sight. We hesitated, but the shadows of the past clawed at my thoughts, whispering my deepest fears into my ear. What if we had only traded one nightmare for another? The pulse of the light flickered again, as if sensing our hesitation, and I felt compelled to move forward to discover what lay beyond the veil of the trees. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto the path, the ground warm beneath my feet, a stark contrast to the icy tendrils that had just clutched at me. The trees closed around us, their bark gnarled and twisted, faces appearing momentarily, contorted in anguish, pleading silently for release. Their hollow eyes seemed to follow every movement we made, reminding me that we weren't alone. "Keep going," I urged, pushing my partner onward, but as we moved deeper, the surroundings darkened, the light flickering like a dying flame. The air thickened, and the laughter returned, soft, mocking sounds that coiled around us, burrowing under our skin. It felt as if we were being watched, constantly assessed. A sudden chill swept past, and I glanced around, feeling the atmosphere shift. The trees seemed to lean closer, their roots writhing like snakes just below the surface. A low, growling hum filled the air, a sound that resonated deep within my bones, urging us to turn back. "No," I muttered, my voice trembling slightly, yet stubbornly refusing to break. "We have to find a way out." Just as that determination gripped me, a stone path emerged, winding through the trees, beckoning. The stones were slick and dark, reminiscent of polished obsidian, reflecting the fading light. I felt an urge to follow the path. It glimmered strangely, almost promising safety. So we moved forward, even as doubts gnawed at the edges of my mind. As we journeyed down the path, the whispers grew louder, swirling around us, echoing words not meant to be heard. I felt panic grip my heart again. I looked at my partner, whose expression mirrored my fear. "Do you think they're trying to guide us or lure us in?" "Let's not stop to find out," they replied, but I could see their bravado was crumbling under the weight of the atmosphere around us. The walls of trees seemed to pulse, breathing in a rhythm that matched the racing of our hearts. Suddenly, the path opened up into a clearing shrouded in thick mist. A massive, twisted tree stood at the center, its gnarled roots stretching into the ground like claws grasping for an escape. The tree seemed alive, its bark undulating like flesh, and from its branches dangled something horrifying: faces. They were the same agonized faces I had seen before, merging into the bark as if they were trapped, begging for help while their eyes held nothing but despair. Chilled to the bone, I felt nauseated, the moment freezing in time as my breath caught in my throat. My body screamed to flee, yet I was rooted in place, entranced, or perhaps repulsed by the sight. "Do you see that?" I whispered, pointing toward the tree. "Yes," my partner replied, horror reflecting in their gaze. Before I could react, a thick fog enveloped us, swirling around at a dizzying speed. It snaked around my limbs and choked me, clutching at my throat like icy fingers. And then I heard it, the whispering cries of the trapped souls, their fears. "Join us," they moaned, their voices resonating low, filling the air like a dark melody. "You will never escape." "No!" I shouted, forcing myself to breathe, tearing my gaze from the tortured faces. I stumbled back, feeling the pull of the gathering shadows inching closer, as if the darkness was trying to claim me once more. "We need to break through." My partner's voice broke through my fog-laden mind. I looked at them, nodding, knowing we had to push together against the rising tide of despair. We gathered our strength, both of us focusing on the light within, igniting it like a flame against the cold. The darkness writhed, shadows shrieking as they recoiled, caught between our hope and their sorrow. The trapped faces cried out, but we couldn't look back. We had to break the spell that bound them to the tree. But as we concentrated, the keeper's voice echoed within the fog, chilling and taunting. "You cannot save them. They are mine forever, just as you will be if you do not submit." A wave of doubt washed over me, threatening to drown our resolve. Yet, in that moment, I remembered the strength of the light we carried. We were not alone. We did this together. With a fierce yell, I thrust my hands forward, energy surging as the bright light erupted from deep within. The ground shook violently, the air vibrating with intensity. The faces on the tree howled, twisting away from the light, but I couldn't stop. I felt the ties of darkness unraveling, the whispers thinning, each pulse of energy liberating another tortured soul. For an instant, everything went still. The mist evaporated, revealing the clearing in vivid clarity, the greenery vibrant and alive. The sun broke through the trees, bathing the area in warm light, and I realized the faces were disappearing, dissolving into gentle tendrils of mist, freeing what remained of their spirits. But as joy flooded my senses, I noticed the keeper's shadow shift, rage boiling beneath its surface. "You will pay for this. You can't escape me." I took a step back, a sense of unease creeping in. "What have we done?" I whispered, fear mingling with triumph. Before I could process it, the dark figure lunged. An explosion of shadows erupted outward as it spread its form, drowning the sunlit clearing in a veil of black. Everything felt suffocating, the familiar laughter twisting into a frenzied symphony of chaos. "There's no end to my darkness," it howled, and in that moment, I felt the air thicken, a tangible darkness weighing heavily on my chest. "We can't let it capture us," my partner shouted, grabbing my hand and pulling me closer as shadows reached out, eager to consume. We needed to flee, but the essence of dread clawed at me from all sides, latching onto every ounce of courage I had built. "Where do we go?" I gasped, glancing around frantically, but the paths were now cloaked in shadow, the light almost completely snuffed out. "Back to the tree," my partner yelled, determination filling their voice. It was powerful enough to free them. "Maybe it can help us too." I hesitated for just a moment, fear spiking within me as the encroaching darkness hissed, whispering promises of despair, coaxing me to surrender. But in that instant, memories flooded back, faces of those who had called for help, their pain lingering in my mind, urging me to confront this force rather than flee. I nodded, determination sparking within me. "Let's do it," I shouted, and we turned to charge back toward the towering tree, the source of so much agony, even as shadows lunged around us, scratching at our skin. The deep-rooted energy beckoned like a lifeline in this ocean of terror. As we neared the tree, I felt the burden of darkness pushing against me, suffocatingly close, but we couldn't stop. I reached out, my fingers brushing the bark, feeling a pulse of energy running through it, a murmur of spirits still lingering, their power weaving through the air. "It's still alive!" I gasped, noticing how the roots were shifting beneath us. Quaking with energy, as we both pressed our palms against the gnarled surface. With every heartbeat, the rhythm synchronized with the trembling roots. "Channel that energy," my partner urged, their voice steady despite the chaos around us. We concentrated, the light we conjured feeding into the tree, flickering like a beacon of hope against the encroaching shadows. And as we pushed harder, the dark figure writhed in fury, the echoes of its laughter turning to screams as our light burst through the roots, illuminating the darkness like a new dawn rising. But just when I thought we could overpower it, a surge of its rage poured down upon us, black as night. Its voice boiled over with fury, snarling threats that filled the air with darkness, threatening to strangle our resolve once again. "You will succumb. You cannot withstand me forever," it bellowed as shadows lashed out, wrapping around our arms and legs, tugging us downward, trying to drown out the light we had summoned. I felt despair creeping back, but I dug my nails into the bark of the tree, clenching my jaw, refusing to submit to the darkness' frantic grasp. The roots pulsed under my fingers, urging me to fight, infusing me with strength, wrapping around my thoughts like a lifeline. "We're stronger than this," I roared, glancing at my partner, their eyes gleaming with defiance. Together, we called upon every ounce of light within us. The energy surged, hurting places long held captive by fear. The shadows screeched, their cries piercing the air, but we pushed forward, drawing in the darkness, binding it to the light we wielded, applying pressure against the suffocating hold. With every pulse, I felt the weight of shadows lift, could almost taste the sweet air of freedom brushing against my lips. I looked at the keeper, its monstrous form struggling against our overwhelming force, caught in the collision of light and dark. "This isn't the end," it roared, a last desperate act, but the defiance in my heart ignited into a wildfire. The shadows thrashed, but the light began erasing them, filling the void around us with brilliance that soared through the clearing. The energy we summoned twisted and turned, igniting like fireworks bursting against the dark sky, expanding in a wave that reached every corner of the tree. With one final push, I felt the connection deep within me, the threads of hope from the souls we had freed intertwining with ours. We couldn't stop now. This was our moment, our chance to break the chains that bound us to fear. "Together!" I shouted, as I drew the light close, merging it wholeheartedly with the roots, feeling their energy surge forth. The air vibrated violently. I could feel the very fabric of the darkness unraveling like a tangled web. With a hiss of anger that shook the shadows, the keeper screeched, the voices of lost souls blending into an anguished wail that ricocheted throughout the clearing. And just as the shadows threatened to pull me back, I focused on the light, letting it branch out in all directions, illuminating every inch of this once tainted ground. The very essence of the keeper began to whittle away, its form dissolving against the power surrounding us. It was a battle between light and darkness, and I was determined to emerge victorious. "I will not live in fear," I cried out, pushing beyond my limits. With a final burst of energy, the light exploded around me, flooding every shadow, banishing the keeper's form into an eternity of nothingness. Its screams faded, melding with the sighs of the souls we had freed. The shadows, once dark and heavy, now lifted like mist in the sunlight. I collapsed against the tree, panting, the weight of the moment crashing down around us. We had done it. We had shattered the bonds that held not only ourselves, but those trapped within. Looking around, everything felt different. The air was crisp, filled with a cheerful warmth, the colors vibrant and alive, as sounds of awakening life filled the clearing. But as I caught my breath, I felt a lingering chill, a shadow that danced just at the edges of my mind. What if the darkness was truly gone? I glanced back at the tree, realizing that although we had shattered the physical form of the keeper, a whisper of it lingered in my mind, a dark reminder that shadows don't vanish so easily. I felt a heavy weight settle in my chest, a sense of foreboding creeping back into the light. Had we truly freed the trapped souls, or had we merely exchanged one prison for another? As I leaned against the ancient tree, I noticed that the vibrant colors began to dull around me again. The warmth I felt moments ago dissipated like fog, being swept away by a cold wind. I could hardly shake the feeling that the shadows weren't entirely gone. It felt like they were still lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike once more. "Do you think it's over?" I asked my partner, my voice trembling slightly, tinged with uncertainty. They shook their heads slowly, scanning the area with wary eyes. "I don't know. Something feels off." In that moment, the ground beneath me trembled, a low, vibrating hum resonating through the earth. I stumbled, struggling to keep my balance as the tremors intensified. The soft rustle of leaves filled the air, but it wasn't just the wind. It felt as if something was stirring just beneath the surface, something dangerous and hungry. Before I could react, a deep crack echoed through the clearing, splitting the ground with a jagged line. I gasped as dark, viscous tendrils surged up from the crevice, slithering and writhing. They resembled serpentine shadows that twisted in the air, exhaling a sulfurous stench that clawed at my throat, threatening to choke me. "Back!" I shouted, pulling my partner forcefully back from the emerging darkness. But it was too late. The ground opened wider, giving birth to a pit that seemed bottomless. The tendrils reached out eagerly, grasping at the air as they reached toward us. "What do we do?" my partner cried, fear creeping into their voice. "We need to get to higher ground," I managed to yell over the ominous sounds, the thick, muffled whispers rising, filled with anger and despair. In a flash, we turned and sprinted toward the gnarled branches of the nearby trees, desperate to escape the growing darkness. But as we dashed away, I could feel the tendrils chasing us, brushing against my legs, cold and clammy. They wrapped tighter, pulling me back toward the pit. "Stay close," I shouted, desperately trying to shake them off, but they held like iron chains. The whispers edged closer, each word more chilling than the last. They spoke of despair, of failure, of an unending cycle of darkness. Suddenly, a bone-chilling laugh echoed from behind the pit. Such a horrible sound, stirring something primal within me. "Did you think you could banish me so easily?" The keeper's voice boomed, low and rumbling, emerging from the shadows. Its malevolent form twisted into being, mocking us from the edge of the shadows, its face wreathed in a darkness that swallowed everything else. "It's back!" I gasped, horrified. I tried to focus through the panic rising within me, but the sight of the keeper revived every fear I had fought against. Its laughter cut through the air like shards of glass. I dragged my partner forward, urging them to run, but the shadows around us thickened, dragging us into a suffocating abyss. "What do we do?" my partner shouted, panic exploding within their voice, and I could see the terror etched across their face. "I don't know," I screamed back, the tendrils still pulling me closer to that abyss, my feet slipping against the ground. Desperately, I reached for the light we had conjured before, summoning it once more, hoping to push back against the encroaching dark. I grabbed my partner's arm, willing them to focus, to channel the energy we gifted to the trapped souls. As we struggled, the environment twisted. Trees began to warp and sway, their limbs distorted and stretching toward the gaping darkness as if they wished to join it. The air thickened around us, and the laughter grew louder, echoing maddeningly, dancing around our senses. Each laugh taunted us, drowning in our minds. "We have to fight it back," I yelled, trying to instill a sense of determination as the darkness whispered again. "You can't win. You were meant to be mine." "No," I cried, knowing we had to release the light within us. The danger fed on fear, and we had to sever that bond. I closed my eyes for a heartbeat, allowing the energy to circulate through my body. With every breath, I pulled up memories of courage, moments of light, using them to fuel the brightness that flickered within. Together, we shouted, echoing our past strength. Hands clasped tight, we pulled the light out of our cores, letting it blossom into existence, illuminating the encroaching shadow. But as the light surged outward, the keeper shrieked, rage spilling forth. "You cannot escape the darkness. This is my domain." It lunged for us, its form morphing and stretching, shadows writhing in fury. I could feel the weight of fear tinged with a newfound determination. The more I resisted, the more powerful the light became, seeping into every crevice, washing over the tendrils like fire meeting oil. The darkness hissed angrily, recoiling as the shadows writhed and screamed, desperately trying to pull away, but it was no match for the wave of light we unleashed. As the brightness expanded, the twisted environment around us began to fracture, the horrifying laughter becoming fragments of sound. I strained against the remnants of darkness that begged to choke me, but I wouldn't allow it. I focused my energy on the roots of the ancient tree, willing them back to life, intertwining them with the strength of our light. Just as the keeper lunged for us, trying to engulf the light, a powerful crack ran through the ground. The darkness began to tear, revealing blinding light pouring through, transforming the pit into a chasm filled with radiant energy. "No!" the keeper howled, terror evident for the first time. Its form flickered as though it was being pulled apart by forces beyond comprehension. "You think you can banish me forever?" It swung its arm wildly, darkness shooting out like a tempest, aiming to ensnare us. "Keep going," I urged, desperation fueling every word, pushing the energy further, wider, until I felt the very fabric of the reality we knew begin to shift. "We won't let you win." With one final surge of strength, I shouted out the brilliance I felt pouring from within, the light enveloping everything around us. As it made contact, the keeper's figure began to disintegrate, the laughter melting into terrified cries, echoing in the air as shadows broke apart in the brilliance. For a moment, I felt suspended in time, banners of light waving triumphantly as the darkness withered away, leaving nothing but the remnants of what had once been. I held on tight, hand in hand with my partner, feeling the pulse of energy and light carry us above the fading shadows. But just as I felt the weight of all those emotions lift, the darkness sparked one last time. The ground trembled violently, and walls of shadows twisted together, forming a barrier all around us. A sinister whisper rolled through, slithering around my ears, chilling my very core. "You will only delay the inevitable." The chill ran deep, and I knew this wasn't over. Not yet. The keeper had shown me the depths of darkness could endure, lurking ever closer. In the distance, the trees shimmered, vibrating with the energy of all the souls we had released. It was still alive. "Where do we go?" my partner asked, panic threading through their words as the wall of darkness pulsed ominously, reaching out toward us. "We have to find a way to harness that energy," I said, glancing at the tree, my heart racing as I realized it still had power left to give. It held the essence of those we freed, and perhaps we could wield that energy against the darkness. With fear pounding in my chest, we turned to face the tree, drawing closer despite the shadows crawling toward us, whispering doubts into our minds. I could feel icy tendrils nipping at my heels, but I focused on the rhythm of the pulsing light that emanated from the ancient bark. "I know we can do this," I said firmly, feeling the warmth from the roots. The tree seemed to respond, pulsing in tandem with my heartbeat. As we reached out to touch its surface, the light surged again, bathing us in brilliance. We pulled the surrounding energies into ourselves, feeling the joy and hope of those we saved intertwined with our own. "Now!" I shouted, channeling everything into a single point of brightness as I let out all the fear, anger, and pain. We wouldn't allow the darkness to consume us. This was our moment to break free from the endless cycle of fear. And so, we fought the shadows. This time we wouldn't falter. With one last deep breath, I cast aside doubt, focusing all my will into the light. The shadows flickered angrily, desperately trying to dim the power we were harnessing. Their noise filled the air, a cacophony of rage and despair. But we pushed against it, channeling the energy of the trapped souls into one brilliant, pulsating light. The darkness hissed violently, but the keeper's form began to splinter, fracturing against the force we wielded. "You will regret this," it shrieked, but resentment in its voice only fueled my determination further. The light blazed brighter, engulfing every shadow, remnant of fear, and slowly, steadily, it consumed the dark once and for all. The shadows disintegrated into nothingness, whimpering in defeat as they drifted away like smoke into the air. I felt a flood of relief wash over me, freeing my mind and spirit from the oppressive weight that had lingered too long. But just as the moment of triumph settled into place, doubt crept back in, a lingering awareness that maybe the darkness had only retreated, that it could return to torment me at any time. We did it. My partner breathed, but the lingering echoes in the clearing made me uneasy. The tree pulsed reassuringly, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched, aware that every whisper of wind felt like a reminder that shadows lurked, just out of sight, impatiently waiting for the moment to strike again. As I took a moment to breathe, I heard a soft rustling behind me, a gentle swish that sent a shiver down my spine. Instinctually, I turned, heart racing, my eyes darting over the gloom. Something wasn't right. Even as the darkness seemed to fall away, I could still sense an impending danger, something that shifted just beyond the reach of light. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, sensing a presence creeping through the shadows. My partner looked at me, wide-eyed and fearful, as fear curled in my gut. The air grew thick with tension, and an uneasy silence settled around us, wrapping its cold grip tight. "We need to leave," I said urgently and tugged my partner's arm firmly, instinctively knowing we couldn't linger here any longer. Both the light and shadows seemed to pause, holding their breath as if the world had gone still, waiting for something to happen. As we turned to leave, I felt it again, a fleeting movement, like a shadow crossing my path. "Hurry," I urged as we picked up the pace, urgency surging through my veins. But as we broke into a sprint, the weight of unseen eyes bore down on us. "Run!" I shouted, pushing forward as the rustling grew louder, racing against whatever was stalking us. Each step felt heavier, the ground seeming to drag like a thick blanket, but I couldn't stop. The whispers and laughter returned, swirling around me, mocking our escape. I glanced back once more, just as the clearing brightened, revealing a dark shape emerging from the underbrush, a grotesque figure shrouded in veils of midnight, its eyes burning like smoldering coals. Even in the bright daylight, its presence turned the air oppressive, smothering my resolve, clenching my throat in fear as it advanced, shadows pooling at its feet like oil and water. "Go!" my partner screamed, pulling me forward as the figure continued its slow, methodical advance, darkness spiraling around it like a cloak. The sun seemed to dim with every step it took, a cold dread washing over the sanctuary we had fought so hard to reclaim. I stumbled but pushed onward, adrenaline surging through me, drawing on strength we had gathered against the shadows. But with every step away from the tree, I felt the light dim, fear and doubt creeping back, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts, and threatening to pull me under and into the darkness that seemed to linger just beyond the field of light we had fought so hard to create. Every sense I had was screaming, warnings cascading like crashing waves in my mind. The path ahead felt twisted, almost unlike the one we had walked before. The trees closed in tighter, their branches becoming long, claw-like fingers stretching toward us as if trying to trap whatever light remained. Just behind us, I could hear the figure's movements, a low rustling that sounded almost like laughter, sick and hungry. "Don't look back," I urged my partner, their face pale, reflecting the fear that gripped my own heart. We ran faster, but the laughter grew louder, echoing around us, mingling with the whispers that seemed to weave tales of despair. The laughter had an unsettling quality, like an echo of my own fears, mocking me as we struggled to escape. In the corners of my vision, the dark shape blurred, trailing in our wake. Sometimes I thought I saw it shift, morphing between different forms, each one grotesque, a haunting caricature of something once familiar. It was as if the shadows sought to take on our fears, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness. The ground beneath us felt unstable, pulsing like a living thing. Roots reached out, splintering the path, trying to grab our feet and pull us down into the soil, as if the earth itself was a trap. My heart raced as I sidestepped the reaching stranglers, all the while feeling the darkness gain on us, relentless and predatory. And then, just as I thought we were breaking free, the laughter shifted into something deeper, a rumbling growl that reverberated through the clearing. The air grew thick, charged with an ominous energy, and I could feel dread knotting tightly in my stomach. I glanced quickly to the side, catching a glimpse of the creature, now a hulking mass of shadows and smoke. It loomed larger than anything I had ever seen, its size expanding as if it consumed the very light around it. "Keep running," I shouted, urgency crackling through my voice, but doubt gnawed at me. Could we truly escape? The more I poured energy into outrunning it, the more the darkness thrived on my fear, growing stronger and more terrifying. Its hands reached out, elongated, grasping, as if ready to snatch us up, swallowing our hopes whole. I turned my head slightly, just enough to catch sight of its shadowy arms flailing in anger, trying to close the distance. It was disorienting, the way it moved. Each step appeared graceful and erratic at once, sparking fear deep within me. My chest tightened as the air crackled with warped energy, and I felt a creeping chill crawling under my skin. Suddenly, my foot snagged on a root jutting from the ground. I stumbled, falling hard against the damp earth, my hands scraping against the rough soil. Panic surged through me as I hit the ground, the laughter growing louder, drowning out reason. I pushed myself up, breathless, desperate to regain my footing. "Help!" I gasped, feeling helpless as the shadows roared with delight, seizing the chance to close in. Just as I thought despair would swallow me whole, my partner's hand clasped around my wrist, pulling me back up onto my feet. The warmth of their grip reminded me to keep fighting, to not let the shadows take what little light remained. "Let's go," they yelled, racing ahead, and I instinctively followed, heart pounding. But the ground rumbled beneath us, and a sudden, deafening roar erupted from behind. It was a sound that vibrated through every nerve ending, sending chills coursing through my body. We pushed onward into the darkness of the trees as the roar shook the very air around us. Branches snapped and cracked like gunfire above, while debris rained down from the canopy. Brittle leaves scattered into the air like confetti in a frantic celebration of fear. I struggled to breathe, to keep my focus as I ran. The ground felt alive, an entity wrapped in shadows that sought to drag us back. Unsettling thoughts began to swirl in my mind. What if the Keeper had never truly been defeated? What if this was a ruse, a game designed to feed on our fears? Each scary thought morphed into vivid images, shadows flicking around me like flames, revealing horrific visions of what awaited if we failed. Torment, despair, a never-ending spiral into darkness. I gasped, forcing my mind to concentrate on the light. "We have to stand together. Focus," I shouted, trying to rally my strength while the Keeper remained a step behind, its movements quick and predatory, like a wolf stalking its prey. The laughter rang in my ears, layered under the frantic beating of my heart. Actually believing I could find solace in battle, I reached out for the light hidden deep within, willing it to exude courage and calmness. A faint glimmer started to pulse, distracting me from the shadow's psychological grasp. I could almost feel hands reaching out from the fragmented light, inviting me to embrace it, to join this fight. "Look," I told my partner, "we can use the energy we took from the tree." "What if it's not enough?" they replied, glancing back, fear written all over their face. But I couldn't let that creep in. "It has to be. We have to focus. We won't let it take us." We stood tall, grounding ourselves against the onslaught of shadows swirling around us. I closed my eyes for just a moment, breathing deeply, drawing in energy from the winds, the trees, and whatever light remained. With inner strength I didn't know I had, I directed it outward, allowing it to form a protective barrier, an ethereal glow that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. The keeper froze, momentarily stunned by the brilliance that erupted from us. I could sense the hesitation, a crack in its confidence as the shadows hissed, retreating slightly from the flash of light. No longer just prey, I stood resolutely, steadying my feet against the chaos swirling around us. Slowly, the energy transformed into a delicate but fierce shield shimmering in the air, keeping the shadows at bay. But with that brief moment of triumph, I felt something shift behind me. A cold breath skimmed across my skin, an unsettling reminder that the darkness was mere inches away, biding its time, waiting for an opening. I turned, a surge of unease rushing through me. Each heartbeat echoed loudly, mixing with the rustling and laughter that sounded like 1,000 ghostly voices clawing at my sanity. That's when I saw it, a ghostly silhouette emerging from the shadows. It hovered closer, shifting and swirling, its features barely visible, a cruel parody of a face, grinning with wicked delight, eyes glowing with molten fury. It was a remnant of despair, a twisted collection of all the souls that had fallen before. Each silent scream mirrored my worst fears, a tableau of agony. Faces I hadn't seen in years, their expressions locked in a moment of horror. They were lost, their energy intertwined with the darkness, and now they were here, almost pleading for deliverance. I stumbled back, fear clutching my heart as the creature whispered my name, each syllable dripping with malice. "You can't escape us. You belong here, trapped with the rest of us," it hissed, an unsettling sound that slithered through me like ice water. I could feel the pull, the desire to accept what had come before, letting its shadow wash over my thoughts like a cold blanket. "Fight it," my partner's voice broke through, shaking me from the depths of despair. "You can't listen to them. They want to take you." The truth of their words resonated, and I felt the shield around us strengthen, a flicker of light igniting deep down. My heart beat louder in defiance, pushing back against the spectral figure that haunted me. I knew deep down that embracing fear was the path to failure. "You're wrong," I yelled, voice breaking through the whispers. "I will not join you." I thrust my hands forward, willing the light to expand, visions of happier moments flowing through my mind. Those moments wrapped in the glow of joyful memories, friends, smiles, laughter, each one a burning star in my heart. I let it fill me. I let it fight. As the visions surged, I felt the darkness around me recoil, the figure snarling in rage. "You think you can ignore the truth? You are as lost as we are." I could almost see the shadows stir, scratching at my spirit, trying to peel back layers of my resolve. But with each flicker of light, I drew strength from my memories, fusing them into a radiant shield. "No!" I shouted defiantly. I refused to fall. The shadows writhed in protest, boiling violently as they clawed toward me, but the brightness blazed hotter, drowning out their clamorous cries. With each pulse, I felt the fear that had clutched at my heart begin to fracture. Gripping my partner's hand, we stood fast, unyielding against the onslaught. "We can't leave this place until they're free too." I realized suddenly, the truth dawning within me. I needed to send out the light for them, to share the strength and warmth we drew from our escape. I called out to the lost souls, letting my voice become a beacon. "You deserve freedom. Accept the light." The air shimmered as the words left my mouth, resonating through the clearing itself, binding the energy around us. It was intoxicating, the realization that I could reach them, that this bond could lift the veil of darkness that held them in chains. With renewed determination, I focused that energy outward like a luminous wave, pouring everything I had into it. The ground trembled beneath us in response, and the spectral faces around the shadows flickered, uncertain, as I pushed through the web of fear. I could feel them tethered to the darkness, yet yearning for the light, their silent pleas echoing in the recesses of my heart. "Come back!" I urged them. "You don't have to stay." The shadows twisted, and for a moment, I saw not horror, but desperation and hope flicker in their eyes. "You can choose," I shouted again, guiding the energy with every ounce of will. Slowly, the luminous wave unfurled toward the gathered souls, illuminating the gloomy space around us. Shadows shrieked, enveloping the ethereal faces as light began to weave its magic, dissolving despair into glimmers of hope. "Feel it," I urged, my heart swelling with each soul that broke free. With every flicker, the tether shouldered against the darkness weakened, twisting into a myriad of colors that had laid dormant far too long. The air crackled with energy, the winds raging in anticipation of a rebellion against the darkness. It was working. Hope surged as I saw the souls respond. Flickers of light igniting corners of their shadows, cascading progress that felt unstoppable. The cries of the keeper turned desperate, shrill and enraged as the luminous escape blossomed around us, enveloping the clearing in blinding light. Together, my partner called, and we tightened our link, pouring every ounce of courage into the manifestation. The shadows shrieked and twisted as this re-emergent light pushed back harder, fracturing their hold. I felt the power swell, an unbreakable chain linking us, illuminating the path of the lost souls as they rushed toward the light, breaking free from despair. In that moment, I believed we could win. The keeper's form began to dissolve into a cloud of smoke, disappearing with the shadows that frantically reached for the blooming energy. The darkness trembled before us, slowly contorting, breaking apart as the light battered against it like ocean waves crashing against a cliff, merciless and unyielding. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, I felt a deep chill grip my heart. Was it truly a triumph, or merely a temporary reprieve? Something deep within me whispered that the struggle might never be over. But in that moment, I didn't look back. Instead, I took every ounce of success, every glimmer of hope, and used it to drive us forward. But beneath the surging energy, the laughter lingered, menacing, echoing through the fading shadows, a reminder that darkness had not been vanquished. There will always be darkness, it taunted, its voice a haunting whisper that settled on my skin and clung to my mind as I felt the ground quake again, this time with an unsettling intimacy. I gritted my teeth as I stood my ground and faced the remnants of the creature. "We'll face it, whatever it takes," I declared, steeling my resolve, even as fear and doubt echoed in my mind. The shadows boiled one last time, battling my energy, but already the light was filling the space where darkness had the audacity to had once reigned. The darkness hissed, a sibilant sound that seemed to crawl under my skin. In that moment, shadows twisted and contorted around me, eager to reclaim what had almost been lost. The laughter rang out again, deafening and mocking, swelling as if it soaked in my fear, feeding off my anxiety. I could feel the air thicken, press against my chest and stifle my breath. "I won't let you win," I shouted defiantly, feeling the light spike again in a burst of energy that seemed to echo off the shadows. With every ounce of my being, I focused forward, willing the light to explode outward to obliterate the encroaching darkness. I had never felt more alive, more powerful, but that feeling was quickly punctuated by another dark thought. Would it be enough? I looked at my partner, their eyes reflecting the same trepidation I felt. "We can do this together. We have to trust what we've created," I said, searching for reassurance in those frightened eyes. They nodded slowly, but the uncertainty loomed large in the air between us. We took a step closer, our combined energies sparking in the space around us, illuminating the darkness with fleeting hope. But it was then that I noticed something unsettling. Amid the shadows, figures began to flicker, their shapes distorted and warped as they crept slowly toward us. Each one appeared like a patchwork of nightmares, gasping and reaching with hands twisted in anguish. They were remnants of what the keeper had consumed, and their eyeless faces were locked in silent screams, their desperation palpable. "Don't let them get to you," my partner whispered, but I could feel the icy tendrils of despair wrapping around my mind, feeding on my fear. I wanted to scream, to tell them they needed to leave, to fight back, but words felt useless as the figures crept closer, their movements erratic and disjointed. Their cold, shadowy hands reached for me, desperate to drag me into their realm of torment. Just then, a thick fog rolled in, wrapping itself around us like a second skin. The oppressive weight pressed down, and I felt the light of our energy begin to flicker in response. It was as if something deep below was stirring, awakening something evil within the darkened ground. The laughter rose into a frenzy, tearing through my mind, drowning out every other thought. Anxiety clawed at my throat, almost suffocating. "Concentrate," I urged, my voice breaking through the chaos. "We need to push it back. Now!" I closed my eyes, focusing on the memories of brighter days. The sound of laughter, the warmth of sunlight on my skin, moments when I felt invincible. I reached for that light, that spark of hope, pouring every ounce of it into the shield we were forming. As I opened my eyes, what I saw set my heart racing. The figures were advancing, shifting closer and closer, their wraith-like fingers now inches away from us. Each skeletal hand was a reminder of despair, of those lost to the darkness before. They were the Keeper's victories, and their whispers coiled around my mind, begging me to join them in an eternity of lament. "Fight them," my partner yelled, pulling me back from the edge of that despair. "We're not like them." Their voice was a lifeline grounding me. The darkness cried out again, swirling furiously, but we began to push forward, together, like twin stars blazing against a night sky. The murky fog licked at our heels, but we were lit by a brilliant force, igniting the air around us in dazzling brilliance. Yet, even as the energy swelled within and around us, I felt the shadows wrestle fiercely for dominance. Each pulse of light seemed snatched by the encroaching darkness, an insatiable hunger that threatened to obliterate our resolve. The silhouettes grew stronger, their broken forms swirling with sinister intent, having the audacity to laugh as they closed in. "Blessed be the light," the ghostly figure taunted, its voice a chilling caress of ice. "There is no escaping what you are. You cannot fight destiny." The words twisted painfully in my mind, and for a heartbeat, I felt doubt scratch at the edges of my resolve. "Don't listen," I shouted, charging that doubt with raw emotion, turning it into light. "We are stronger than you think. We have already seen your power, and we will not fall for it." The shield of light flared even brighter as a burst of energy surged through me. Several of the wraiths recoiled, but it was not enough to turn the tide. Cold wind howled through the clearing, swirling violently, causing a cacophony of whispers that dug deep into my soul. I staggered as the wind grew ferocious, cutting through the safety of our light, trying to siphon away our strength, as if the darkness had donned a cloak of malevolence. I grasped for my partner's hand, holding on, willing the light to stay true, but shadows danced in the periphery, taunting and luring, ready to strike. Then, from the depths of the fog, I saw something more disturbing. Tendrils of darkness writhing like snakes, reaching for us as I strained to keep the shield formed against the encroaching dread. "They're feeding off our fear," my partner realized, panic decorating their words. The shadows twisted violently as if they sensed our growing anxiety, responding in kind, laughing as the very air turned frigid and heavy. With each heartbeat, the ground began to tremble, growing unstable beneath our feet. From somewhere within the dark, a low growl emanated, a dreadful noise that resonated in my bones, stirring ancient fears. As I looked at the path behind us, I could see the forest closing in like the jaws of some monstrous beast, eager to swallow us both whole. Panic clawed at me. "Let's move!" I yelled, my voice barely above the crashing waves of sound that echoed from the shadows, feeling the ground shift and pulse with a sinister rhythm. With our energy waning, there was no time to waste, and we had to fight. I tightened my grip on my partner's hand and began to run, dragging them with me, fueled by the fierce determination ignited by the flickering light around us. The laughter roared, nearly drowning out the sound of our desperate footsteps, echoing in a maddening symphony of despair. Every step felt like running through mud, each pull of shadow tugging back at me, as if trying to reclaim what little light remained. Shadows darted around us, flashing just on the edges of my vision, and I knew I wasn't imagining the fear that licked at my heels like a hungry wolf. As I sprinted forward, the trees leaned closer, dark shapes casting eerie silhouettes against the pallid twilight. I could hear the wails of the lost souls growing louder, including a faint whisper that turned to a piercing cry, catching my attention amidst the chaos. "Save us! Please save us!" they pleaded, echoing sharp with desperation and driving home the weight of what we were facing. "We can't give in," I screamed, pushing back the surge of fear, determination flooding my veins. But the taunts chased us, persistent, malicious laughter filling the air like poison, burrowing deeper into my mind. I could feel their presence, an army of wraith-like figures shadowing our every move. They darted in and out of view, cold mists swirling with each desperate breath we took. Suddenly, the air popped, loud enough to startle me as the darkness gathered once more, coalescing into a writhing mass ahead. The tendrils of shadow shifted and twisted violently, forming something monstrous, an indistinct figure, larger than the keeper, a silhouette of dread that was impossibly vast. My heart began to falter as the sinister laughter transformed into a rumbling growl, pouring forth from the abyss. We dashed ahead, but the creature lunged, blocking our escape as it surged forward with terrifying speed. "You cannot outrun your fears," it roared, and I felt its breath on my skin, a chill that unfurled across my entire being, urging me to look back, to question, to hesitate. I fought against it fiercely, forcing my legs to move faster. Bright light flared behind us, a desperate burst of energy trying to fend off the encroaching threat, the shield we had formed beginning to crack under the weight of shadows pressing in. But I couldn't look back. Not now. My heart raced wildly, echoing the frantic rhythm of my footsteps as I resonated with my partner and pushed ahead, refusing to let the shadows consume us. Yet, the forest around us seemed alive, shifting and swirling, the trees feeling like malevolent watchers, their branches reaching out to ensnare us. I could hear them creaking, almost whispering my name, beckoning me to join them in that darkened abyss. "Your light cannot hold," they murmured, a chorus of lost voices from the depths. Each word seeped into my thoughts, mingling with shadows, turning my resolve to ash. "No!" I yelled defiantly, fighting back with every ounce of energy I had left. "We will not be your prey." I could feel the restlessness of the shadows in the air, a rumbling discontent as we broke through the trees, determined to shatter the veil that threatened to ensnare us. I squeezed my partner's hand tightly, drawing strength from their presence as we pushed forward into the unknown. But just when I thought we had a moment's respite, the ground shuddered violently beneath us. Roots and vines erupted from the soil, wrapping like snakes around our legs, dragging us backward, refusing to allow us to take our steps forward. The laughter grew louder, a cacophony of menace thickening the air, pressing in around us like a vice. "We have to fight," I yelled, struggling against the tendrils clutching at my feet. In that moment of panic, my thoughts raced. Were we truly fighting against an inevitability? Were we just delaying the darkness from embracing us? With a shrill war cry, my partner leaped ahead, lunging against the roots that wrapped around me. The energy from our light surged, battling against the hold of shadows. "Push it back," they shouted as the roots slackened for just a moment. Together, we created a flash of luminous energy, a push against the shadows, strained but unyielding as every ounce of fear filled the air and turned into radiant defiance. With a burst of determination, we broke free from the roots' grasp, sprinting toward an open area in the forest, a sliver of light that flickered through the canopy overhead. But the shadows weren't done with us yet. With each stride, I felt the darkness swirl close, creeping forward, ready to envelop us in a final, suffocating embrace. "Stay close," I urged, glancing back. The monstrous shadows surged, a tide of despair bearing down upon us, each twisted figure shrieking with rage, eager to consume the light that fought to stay alive. It was overwhelming, and for a moment I thought I might falter. But then, I remembered the memories we had summoned, the pure, joyful moments, and each glimmer breathed life back into me. With every fiber of my being, I directed every ounce of light I could muster against the encroaching darkness, a beacon in that swirling madness. I felt energy building up, a contraction of warmth surging toward my palm, ready to explode, a final blaze to push the shadows away once and for all. "Now," my partner cried, their eyes steady, filled with strength as we released the pulsating energy. The blast of light exploded outward, scorching the shadows, igniting the air around us in a blinding flash before consuming everything in its radiant glow. The darkness screamed, a sound that echoed through the very fabric of the forest, as the twisted shadows disintegrated into dust, spinning away like ashes in the wind. But was it truly gone? As the light flickered, I sensed the weight still pressing against me. An icy chill gripped my heart once more, a recollection that although we had pushed back against the darkness, the Keeper of Shadows would never fade away completely. Waves of uncertainty swirled within my mind, but in that fleeting moment of brilliance, something shifted. A distant hope began to unfurl like the first light of dawn, urging me forward. I knew we had won a battle, and with the remnants of energy still fluttering around us like fireflies, the specter of fear began to recede. But the trees whispered, a reminder that darkness was always close, lurking and waiting for that next moment of vulnerability. With each step, I felt the shadows still dancing on the edges, teasing and whispering, holding a promise of what could come if I faltered again. I couldn't ignore the truth. They were not gone forever. Fighting against that cold grip of expectation, I took a breath and held tight of that flicker of light still surrounding me. The forest felt different now, its once familiar paths twisted into a disorienting maze. Each rustle of leaves sent a shiver down my spine, reminding me that the darkness was merely waiting for a moment of weakness. I could sense it lying in wait, ready to pounce back into my thoughts. Shadows lingered at the edges of my vision, creeping along the periphery like a predator stalking its prey. I hesitated, taking a moment to gather my thoughts. My heart raced as I glanced around, half expecting the wraiths to lift their twisted forms from the ground. Every rustle, every whisper of wind felt charged with malice. Scattered beams of light flickered through the trees, but they seemed weak against the weight of the dark pressing in from all sides. I felt trapped in a world that was no longer my own. "Look," my partner urged, pointing to a faint clearing up ahead. It beckoned us like a siren's song, but something about the juxtaposition left me shivering. Was it freedom or another trap laid by the darkness? I took a tentative step forward, the ground shifting beneath me as if it had a mind of its own. The trees leaned closer, their gnarled branches reaching for me, trying to snatch me back. Once we reached the clearing, I expected a sense of peace, but instead, the atmosphere thickened. The light felt hollow, as if the shadows were still prowling just outside its reach. A low, throaty growl vibrated through the air, reverberating in my chest. It climbed higher, echoing like a dreadful chant sung by unseen voices, piercing through the fragile silence that settled like a shroud. "I think it's here," I whispered, horrified. Panic surged through me. The shadows were not gone. They had shifted, morphing into something more sinister, something that wanted to consume us whole. We looked around, searching for the source of the growl, our hearts pounding in unison. Suddenly, the ground beneath us cracked, splintering open like a yawning mouth, ready to swallow us whole. With a thunderous roar, the darkness surged around me. It coiled upward, rising from the earth like a thick black fog that clung to my skin. I staggered back, feeling the weight of despair suffocating me. 1,000 eyes blinked open in the shadow, hollow and soulless, watching us, their intent clear and filled with hunger. I could taste the dread on my tongue, sharp and bitter. "Run!" my partner shouted, their voice cracking with fear. We bolted, darting toward the edge of the clearing, but the shadows flowed like a river, snaking around us as if they were alive. Dark tendrils snatched at my legs, pulling me back. Each attempt to tear free felt like swimming through a storm, every pull more insistent than the last, as if the earth itself wanted to drag me down into its depths. I fought with every ounce of strength, screaming against the encroaching mass. We won't be taken again. The light around me flickered, visions of lost souls flashing before my eyes, faces twisted in agony, trapped for eternity. I could feel their pain, their suffering seep into my being, urging me to save them, but that weight only bled into my resolve, making it harder to push forward. Suddenly, something broke through the ground, sending soil and shadows flying. The keeper had awakened, its monstrous silhouette unfurling from the darkness. It towered above us, a grotesque figure formed of writhing black mist, eyes glowing a malicious red. A low, bone-chilling laugh pealed through the air, chilling me to the core. "You insist on fighting? Every time you push against it, you only feed me more." Its voice slithered around us, full of contempt and malevolence, drenching the air with palpable dread. "Stay back!" I shouted, defiance mingling with my terror. A surge of energy flowed through me, fueled by anger and the urge to protect my partner. My memories of light grew intense, becoming a robust weapon against the advancing darkness. I could feel the bond we had nurtured begin to strengthen, manifesting into a radiant force, blaring against the keeper's grasp. But the keeper brought forth tendrils, claw-like shadows that lashed out toward us, wrapping around my arms, squeezing painfully, cold and uncompromising. I couldn't spot my partner through the storm of darkness, panic clawing at me as I pulled against the grip. The laughter echoed again, vindictive echoes of lost hopes intertwined with dark desires, creating a chaotic rhythm of despair that threatened to blind me to everything else. In the swirling melee of shadows, I could feel the energies waning, the weight of darkness pressing down. What if we were already too late? What if the darkness had claimed us? Just as those thoughts crept in, a flicker of light caught my attention amidst the chaos. A small flickering flame, barely seen but impossibly strong. It surged with warmth, its glow reaching far enough to pierce through the depths of despair. "The light!" I gasped as that flicker became a beacon. Remembering my purpose, I focused all my energy on that glow, letting it expand from the core of my heart. "Together!" I called out, knowing my partner could feel it, too, the bond we shared igniting the spark of hope that had been smothered for far too long. The shadows shrieked, thrashing violently as the light grew, pushing blackness back into oblivion. I felt a pull toward that flame, a rush of warmth that began to chase away the cold creeping into my bones. The darkness writhed and splintered like a broken mirror, unable to withstand the onslaught of our unity. But just as victory appeared to be near, an ominous rumble echoed from the ground. "You cannot escape me," the keeper bellowed, his voice vibrating through the clearing as the earth split widely, a chasm opening up beneath us. An abyss formed, darker than night, a gaping maw ready to consume every ounce of light we had summoned. "No!" I screamed, my voice raw with desperation. With horror, I realized the keeper wasn't done playing yet. He was merely reviving an ancient turmoil, summoning the darkness from the depths of the earth. I felt the urge to flee, that instinct clawing at me to save myself. But I couldn't abandon my partner or the flickering light that still glowed between us. As the fissure widened, I grabbed onto my partner tightly. "We can't let it swallow us. Focus!" I shouted over the chaos, feeling the ground tremble one last time before the shadows surged forth. hungry and insatiable. In that infinitesimal moment, I felt a choice unfurl in my mind. I could lose myself to fear or fight on, unyielding. With determination, I pushed the light harder, willing it to radiate outward, forcing it to eclipse the tendrils stretching toward us. And when I thought I might fall, something unexpected surged through me, a powerful wave of resolve as the essence of everyone lost reverberated with mine. They were calling for me to prevail, sparking an infantry of spirits standing against the darkness. The atmosphere shifted as our energies intertwined, threatening to burst forth like a supernova. The shadows screamed, a cacophony of rage as the blinding light flared once more, illuminating the depths of the darkness that had haunted me for too long. And then, just as I felt I was going to falter, I pushed the energy one last time, harnessing every breath, every ounce of hope, every memory of light, and every cry for freedom. It was now or never. The darkness recoiled, collapsing in on itself as the light surged like a tidal wave. I felt the boundary of the abyss waver, shifting in tandem with our resolve, fracturing the hold of the keeper, who let out a yowl of anguish. I could sense the shadows starting to break apart as the light consumed them, devouring their essence, turning their cries into echoes of fading despair. And then everything shattered. The ground trembled violently, and I lost my footing, tumbling as the world swirled into chaos. The last wails of the keeper filled my ears, a symphony of rage and despair, as the abyss swallowed what remained, darkness swirling into nothing. All I saw then was a blinding light, a purity that enveloped me, pushing forth, promising salvation after untold torment. Just when I thought I was engulfed entirely, a sudden stillness settled in the air. I floated, weightless as if caught in a dream, surrounded by warmth and light. Rather than feeling fear, I was cradled in dimensions of peace, where shadows were mere whispers, echoes long since forgotten. For the first time, I felt safe, as if I had transcended into an untouched realm, free from the grips of darkness that had plagued me for far too long. But as the light started to fade, the question lingered in my mind, haunting me. Would the shadows return, ready to reclaim what was theirs? A sense of tranquility wrapped around me, even as I struggled against the grasp of uncertainty. I couldn't ignore the feeling of dread lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to strike. I drew in a deep breath, ready to let go of the past darkness. As the light started to recede, illuminating a world I had almost forgotten, a world where darkness held no dominion, I realized that even in this moment of illumination, balance lingered. For every light, there was a shadow. But this time, I would face it with resolve, armed with the strength of all those lost souls who had yearned for their freedom. With a newfound understanding that shadows could only exist where light lingered. "Let's go," I whispered to the glowing warmth encircling me, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. With that, I stepped boldly into the unknown, my heart steady, prepared to fight against the darkness forever after. I knew the fight wasn't over, but I was ready, a warrior of light against the veil of shadows, destined to face whatever might come. With every step, I could feel that the shadows had merely retreated, biding their time until I slipped back into a moment of doubt. Their whispers swirled around me, lingering just outside my consciousness, taunting me, feeding my fear. The forest felt both familiar and alien, as if I had stepped into a twisted version of my own reality. The ground beneath my feet was a patchwork of moss and roots, soft but treacherous, making each step feel like a gamble. As I pushed forward, the cool breeze turned sharp, sending chills through my body. I could hear laughter striking notes of madness, echoing between the trees like haunting echoes of a forgotten nightmare. They weren't just sounds. They were like fingers curling around my mind, tightening with every passing moment. I stumbled through the underbrush, the scent of damp earth and decay surrounding me. It felt as though the very air thickened with dread, wrapping around my throat. My breath quickened as I caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows, something dark darting just beyond the reach of my light. I turned, heart pounding, but saw nothing. Just tree trunks and my own ragged breaths, amplified in the eerie silence. As I pressed on, doubt crept in. Had I truly escaped, or was this another trick of the keeper? I needed to stay focused, to remember the light, but the whispers urged me to relent, to join the lost, to surrender to despair. I fought back, clenching my fists, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat, willing myself not to succumb. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, carrying with it the echoes of sorrowful wails. There was a sorrow deeper than any sorrow I had known, a vast emptiness that flooded my senses. I could feel the presence of countless souls, lost and restless, their pain intertwining with my own. "Help us," they whispered, their voices melding into one, a haunting symphony of loss that sliced through the silence. "No!" I shouted defiantly, shaking my head as if to dispel their grip. I wouldn't be another lost soul. But as I moved further, the shadows undulated, forming shapes just out of my sight. Figures with hollow eyes that watched my every move, their forms twisting with a grotesque delight. They lurked behind the trees, weaving through the branches like poisonous vines, some even creeping closer, as if testing the boundaries of my resolve. A shudder raced through me when I realized I was no longer alone. Something flitted around the corners of my vision, a presence that didn't want to be seen, yet craved acknowledgement. Panic surged with the awareness that something was stalking me, something as hungry as I was determined. I could almost feel the weight of its gaze, the brush of its ethereal body against my skin. There was a darkness beyond mere shadows, something ancient and unyielding. In that moment, a distorted laugh echoed, snapping through the air like a whip. "You think you can outrun your destiny?" It hissed, a voice dripping with malice. The shadows thickened, and I felt the pulse of fear racing through every fiber of my being. I couldn't see the speaker, but its malevolence crawled under my skin, making it unbearable to breathe. Racing ahead, I fought back the urge to look over my shoulder. Some part of me knew that looking would only solidify its hold. But the shadows began to whisper a new mantra: turn back. Turn back. You're not meant to run in light. Their voices hissed like the wind through the trees, swirling in a cacophony of confusion, desperately trying to snare my thoughts. An instinct pulled at me, urging me to dig deeper into my mind, into what I had lost in this journey. Memories of laughter and light flitted before me, images of friends and family that had become distant echoes. But the shadows turned those memories sour, twisting them into horrifying reflections. Their faces began to appear in the darkness, eyes wide with fear, mouthing words I couldn't hear. I stopped, breath caught in my throat, the colors of joy fading into deep tones of despair. "Stop!" I screamed, tears springing to my eyes as the emotions overwhelmed me. But the shadows coiled tighter, their fingers wrapping around my heart, squeezing the hope and warmth out of my veins. "Join us," they beckoned. "There's no pain here, only peace." "No," I cried, drawing from the well of defiance that was buried deep within. With determination, I pushed forward, my mind screaming against the dark pulls. I glared into the shadows, willing myself to remember the brilliance that had once defeated the Keeper. Memories of my light blended together until they surged within me like a tidal wave, compelling me to fight back. I concentrated, summoning that energy, ready to push back against the impending wave of dread. Instinctively, I raised my hands, channels of warmth pulsating from my core. From my fingertips flowed a cascade of light, illuminating the shadows around me. Frantic tendrils of illumination spilling forth and pushing back against the dark fingers reaching for my sanity. The shadows shrieked, recoiling in fierce agony, their forms flickering as if burning beneath the light. But the shadows were clever. They didn't rest long. With a piercing howl, they converged, collapsing in on themselves, merging into something larger. The ground shook beneath me as the form of something else began to rise. A gargantuan mass, a cloud of ink darker than night, festooned with shimmering eyes that blinked at me from the void. An overpowering entity that exuded both fear and intrigue. "You think your light can destroy me?" it taunted, a deep rumble echoing throughout the clearing. The darkness swirled around it, caressing it like a lover, fueling its power. The shadows coalesced into ear-splitting tentacles that lashed out, snaking forward to ensnare my light, trying to snuff out the flicker that still escaped my desperate heart. I could feel the oppressive weight of its presence, invading my thoughts, beckoning my spirit to submit. I gritted my teeth, forced myself to take a step closer. "I won't let you win," I shouted, but my voice trembled against the dread that surrounded me. I could almost feel the keeper's laugh. It too had taken form, spectating, a malignant shadow against the thick fog creeping back. "Your hopes are futile," it taunted, echoes of hollow laughter ensnaring my mind. Each second felt like an eternity as I drew in shaky breaths, yet I could sense the light still flickering within me. Ignoring the pull of despair, I focused. I had faced this darkness once before. I had rallied against the keeper and won. I couldn't falter now, not when I had come this far. Breathing deeply, I gathered every ounce of hope I had left. In my heart, the memories burned bright. I thought of every moment of joy, the warmth of laughter, and the flicker of connection with others. Each memory crystallized into a brilliant bead of light I could harness. As I inhaled, the air lit up like an incandescent flare, filling my lungs, pouring out with every exhale, fueling my growing resolve. I pointed toward the approaching shadows, my heart thundering with each moment of shared connection navigating through the heaviness of fear. The ground shook with turmoil as the enormous form surged forth, empty eyes fixated on me, a warped reflection of horror. I was ready to unleash the powered light, channeling it as an army against the shadows, hoping it would be enough to break their hold. They needed to know I wouldn't go quietly into the loneliness they anticipated. "Your reign ends here," I bellowed, the words erupting from my core with a fierce promise. With a brilliant flash, I released the light in a torrent, cascading through the clearing and illuminating the very soul of the darkness. I watched in awe as the tendrils recoiled, shrieking as if scorched by the sunlight, but deep down, I felt trepidation creeping back. Would the exertion be enough? Or would I falter? The light expanded, a blazing surge sweeping across the terrain, lacing through the shadows with radiant energy. Each flinch fueled further determination. I refused to let fear take hold again. The shadows twisted and writhed, unable to withstand the onslaught, dissolving into streams of vapor that melted into the air. But I knew my fight wasn't over. I was but moments away from claiming freedom, moments away from pushing those unspeakable fears into oblivion. But before I could revel in even a moment of victory, the laughter came again, echoing louder than before, distorted and chaotic. "You think you've won?" The darkness howled, now storming toward me once more, defiantly refusing to accept defeat. "You've only just begun to feel the true weight of despair." It lunged with renewed ferocity, a battalion of shadows clawing toward the light, determined to extinguish my flickering flame and consume everything I held dearly. Each heartbeat thudded louder, drowning out the chaos surrounding me. A surge of fear coursed through my veins, but I could not relent. I gathered the last remnants of light within, desperate to expand it, to shine brighter than ever before. I let out one final cry, a synthesis of all the hopes and memories I had held on to, pouring them into this final confrontation. This was my moment of reckoning. In that instant, the brightness enveloped everything. The shadows were consumed, twisted into nothing but whispers, scattered like ash in the breath of a hurricane. For a heartbeat, only silence remained, an echo of solitude. And for a fleeting moment, for the first time since I'd stepped into this cursed realm, I felt the darkness retreat, shoved back into the crevices from which it had arisen, banished to the void it belonged. But the victory was short-lived. The remnants of the keeper's laughter hung in the air like a dark veil. "I will return," it echoed, promising to return with a vengeance. Nothing escapes the shadows. In that moment, even as I stood bathed in light, I understood the truth. The shadows would always be there, lurking just beyond the edges of my sight, waiting for the moment of weakness to grip my heart once more. And now, as I faced the echoes of my journey, I knew this was not just a fight against darkness. It was a battle for my very soul. I took a shaky step back. The flickering light began to wane as reality rushed in. Somewhere in the distance, the path began to shift again, like a mirage, inviting yet perilous. I knew I could not remain static. I had made it this far, survived a harrowing journey against the encroaching despair, but a sense of unease threaded through me. Clarity had not returned. It was only another veil of uncertainty. With determination in my heart, I adjusted my course, ready to step into another chapter, another struggle. What lay beyond this moment? What awaited me in a world steeped in darkness? I couldn't stop now. I had to keep moving forward, ever cautious of the shadows prowling just beyond my periphery. Each breath I took echoed with the resolve of my strength, urging me onward into the unknown, where the light would always claim its ground. I was compelled to discover what might lie beyond. I gathered my breath and stepped into the shifting terrain, the sensations swirling around me like a chaotic tapestry of past and future. Yet, my heart thudded louder than the howling winds that swept through the trees, sounding like lost souls wailing for reprieve. As I ventured forward, the air felt charged with an electricity that crackled against my skin, and the sunlight seemed to dim with every step I took, as though the very world was watching in dreadful anticipation. The deeper I went, the more intense the atmosphere became. The laughter faded into an unsettling stillness, replaced by the unsettling rustles of unseen creatures lurking in the thickets. My senses heightened. Every crackle of twigs underfoot or rustle of leaves heightened my anxiety. An unshakable intuition urged me to glance back. Could the shadows still be stalking me? But I refused to yield. I had faced the darkness and survived. Ignoring the panic welling up inside, I pressed onward into the mist that clung like a heavy fog, obscuring my vision and choking my resolve. As I advanced into the deepening gloom, the path became indistinguishable, twisting and turning like an awry labyrinth. Each step churned the ground, and I felt it give way beneath me, a sinking sensation consuming any sliver of confidence I had. Time warped as the world around me began to shimmer and fade. I worried I was losing my grip on reality. The trees loomed, their branches twisting towards the sky like skeletal fingers reaching for an escape. The shadows twisted, creating grotesque forms in the periphery, ever so slightly moving whenever I dared to look. Then I stumbled into an opening. It was bathed in an unsettling twilight, a void where light and dark intertwined. My breath caught when I noticed something swaying in the middle of the clearing. As I stepped closer, dread coiled around my heart like a serpent. The sight before me was both terrifying and mesmerizing. A figure hung from the gnarled branches of a tree, its body swaying eerily, as if sculpted from shadows themselves. It wore a familiar face, one that struck chords of memory that slashed at my heart. The face of a friend lost long ago, their expression twisted in an eternal scream. "Help me," came the chilling whisper from those lips, now parted as if trying to escape an unheard torment. It was both a plea and a curse, echoing in the depths of my mind. "You're not free. You cannot escape." The realization hit me like a thunderbolt. This was a trap, an illusion devised to ensnare me. Was this the Keeper's final test, or were the shadows trying to claw their way back into my heart? Either way, despair laced the air, threatening to pull me into the dark embrace of hopelessness. I stumbled back, shaking my head in defiance. "No, you're not real." The shadows around grew restless, writhing at my resistance. Yet, as I fought against their allure, I could feel their powerful undertow trying to drag me down into darkness. it was a constant battle. The faces of those I'd lost began to converge around me, each set of eyes pleading for an end, their trapped souls infusing the atmosphere with heavy sorrow. Yet I wouldn't give in. I balled my fists, summoning fragments of the light I had left. I shouted, my voice breaking the palpable silence. You're not my past. You don't own me. The world began to tremble, a tremor palpable in my bones. Suddenly, the winds howled, a fearsome gale that whipped through the clearing, threatening to extinguish my glowing resolve. I felt the shadows close in, fingers curling around my arms, drawing me towards the specters of despair. The ground beneath me cracked and broke apart, creating fissures that released a torrent of mist, threatening to drag me into the abyss. I could hear the chorus of voices crescendo, the cries merging into a cacophony of despair, enveloping me in a cloud of anguish. Each voice echoed in my mind, pulling me towards them, urging me to forget the light, to embrace the darkness alongside them. It felt unbearably tempting, like a siren's call, but deep down, I knew the truth. I had fought too hard to let go now, to crumble under the weight of suffocating shadows. Then in the chaos, a revelation gripped me, illuminating a path. I realized I could not save everyone, but I could choose to save myself. Everything shifted. The shadows began to pull back in response to my determination. The specters faded, their whispers becoming defeated sighs. I drew within, summoning every ounce of light from my core, feeling it surge forth like a hurricane of brilliance, overwhelming the encroaching gloom. With one final roar, I released that radiant energy, scattering the shadows like ashes caught in a tempest. The air vibrated with strength, a shimmering wall of clarity erupting from the core of my being, consuming the darkness encircling me. I felt the grip of despair break, the twisted face of my friend fading into a shimmering light, a flicker of warmth battling the chill of woe. Their eyes twinkled with understanding, as if acknowledging my choice, the choice to embrace the light despite the lurking shadows. As the last echo of their sorrow dissipated into silence, I stood firm, heart racing but unyielding. I had journeyed through darkness and returned, armed with the truth that victory doesn't mean the absence of shadows, but the embrace of hope and resilience. With newfound strength, I gazed into the now dawning light. Ahead, the path stretched into the horizon, awakening with possibilities and promise. This wasn't the end. I had emerged renewed, ready to forge a future filled with light, fully aware that darkness would always try to claw its way back. With each step onto the illuminated path, I felt liberated, leaving behind reminders of the struggles I had faced, knowing they had shaped me but wouldn't hold me captive. I would walk freely, a warrior of light, always vigilant against the shadows that prowled lurking within and around me, the specters of doubt that could rise up even in moments when I least expected it. But now, I wore my light as armor, guiding me through the darkness that still wove its way through my story. I destined myself to create a life where shadows served merely as reminders of what could haunt me, not chains that bound. As the horizon brightened, filled with the brilliant colors of a new dawn, fear began to ebb, replaced by the trust one had built in myself. The unwavering reflection of hope that I would carry forward, always ready to confront whatever awaited me beyond the next bend.